कैमरे में जाके देखना जरूर।
फोटो खींचो।
हाँ, फोटो खींचो, कैमरे में जा। ताकि आप जी साहब को अनम्यूट करके वेलकम कर ले। ऑफ कर।
मेरी आवाज आ रही है आपको? कैन यू हियर मी?
यस सर।
जी जी। अच्छा ये बताइए,
जी
यू कैन हियर मी प्रॉपरली राइट?
यस यस सर।
अच्छा,
सर
लाइट भी ठीक है?
जी, लाइव में सर अभी आपकी पिक्चर नहीं आ रही है।
नहीं, पिक्चर नहीं आ रही है। अच्छा
नहीं
अभी मैं
नहीं,
देखता हूँ।
आपको
अच्छा,
को होस्ट बना दिया है सर हमने।
तो अब आप देखिए, अब पिक्चर आ
अब
रही है?
आप आ रहे हैं। जी जी जी, आप आ
अच्छा,
रही जी।
तो लाइट ठीक है? लाइट
जी लाइट
प्रॉपर
ठीक है
है?
सर। जी जी जी, लाइट प्रॉपर है सर।
अच्छा, अगर चाहे तो आपके मैं कम भी कर सकता हूँ। और
नहीं नहीं,
ये
बहुत
ठीक,
सही है सर, लाइट ठीक है एकदम
लाइट
फिक्स।
लाइट ठीक है। अच्छी, दैट्स ओके।
जी
ये मैं अपनी
थैंक यू।
लाइब्रेरी से बात कर रहा हूँ, फ्रॉम माय
जी
होम
जी जी,
लाइब्रेरी। मेरी
मैं
लाइब्रेरी है
देख रहा
आपके
हूँ।
जो है। हाँ,
आप ही साहब ने बताया था कि एक हफ्ता वो थे आपके पास। जी
जी जी जी।
जी जी
मेरे पास 15,000 बुक्स हैं आपके, इंग्लिश, उर्दू, हिंदी, पर्शियन। जी जी जी, काफी बुक्स हैं मेरे पास।
जी जी सर। सर किस नाम से? सर ये गैलेक्सी A2।
जरा सा मैं एडजस्ट करता हूँ। राइट, ये ठीक रहेगा आपके जो है? या आर यू ओके विद दिस?
जी सर।
ठीक है, आप जैसा एडवाइस
परफेक्ट
करें।
परफेक्ट सर।
ठीक, अच्छी बात। आपके दूसरे गेस्ट कनेक्ट हो गए?
जी सर, कनेक्ट हो रहे हैं, बस 4 मिनट्स और है, फिर हम स्टार्ट करते हैं।
जी जी, जब चाहें आराम से, कोई मसला नहीं।
A very good morning and warm greeting to all. I, Dr. Arifa, Session Coordinator, welcome you all in this technical session on health sustainability theme. Now, I would like to say we feel very fortunate to have two chairpersons and one distinguished speaker among us. Our first chairperson is Professor Ali Ahmad Fatmi, former head, Department of Urdu, University of Allahabad. Professor Fatmi has a renowned international critics writer in Urdu literature and expertise of Premchand also. He has about 38 years of experience in the field of teaching and writing. His 37 books published by international and national publishers. Some books are awarded by UP Urdu Academy. He is a member of academic bodies in different universities and editor of an international journal. He has chaired by many international and national seminars. He received number of awards. Some of these are Rahi Masoom Raza Award, Ghalib Award, Premchand Award, Kafi Azmi Award, All India Progressive Writers Award, Samanvay Award, Firaq Award, and also Governor of UP, Mr. Satyanarayan Reddy, awarded a medal. Our second chairperson is Professor A.K. Bajpai. It is a great honor to me to introduce Professor Bajpai. Professor Bajpai is Associated Bose Memorial Research Laboratory, Department of Chemistry, Government Autonomous Science College, Jabalpur. His area of research is synthesis of biomedical polymers, drug delivery through nanocarriers, water remediation by nanoparticles, and conducting polymers. He has invited lecture to several institutions, reviewer of many international journals also. 250 research papers published various international and national journals. He worked on several research projects and one patent on water remediation has been filed in collaboration with the DRDO New Delhi. Now, I would like invite now I request to Professor Fatmi to introduce the speaker of this session.
Kindly unmute yourself. Professor Fatmi sir, kindly unmute yourself. Professor Fatmi sir.
There is a unmute button there.
Yes, sir. Professor Fatmi sir, kindly unmute yourself.
Hello.
Yeah, now we can hear. Yeah.
Yes. तो मैं डॉक्टर तकी आबदी साहब का तारुफ करा रहा था।
कैसे
ये
मिला?
मेरे लिए बेहद फ़ख्र की बात है कि मैं एक ऐसे शख्स का तारुफ कराने जा रहा हूँ या जिम्मेदारी मुझ पर सौंपी गई है जो 25-30 साल से जिसको मैं जानता हूँ, जिसके काम को, जिसके नाम को, तो मुझे बहुत खुशी हो रही है कि उनका लेक्चर होने जा रहा है हमारे शहर के एक अच्छे रिनाउंड कॉलेज में। डॉक्टर तकी आबदी का पहला तारुफ तो ये है कि भाई ये एक बहुत ही मशहूर, मारूफ, रेस्पेक्टेड, मोहतरम डॉक्टर हैं, फिजिशियन हैं और अगरचे उन्होंने MBBS की डिग्री उस्मानिया यूनिवर्सिटी हैदराबाद से हासिल की है, लेकिन इस वक्त ये इंटरनेशनली रिप्यूटेड डॉक्टर हैं और सारी दुनिया का दौरा करके अब वो कनाडा के शहर टोरंटो में मुकीम है और वहीं एक बहुत बड़े डॉक्टर के तौर पर जाने जाते हैं। खैर ये तो इनका प्रोफेशन हुआ और ये एक तरह से उनका एक तारुफ उनके पेशे के एतबार से हुआ। लेकिन हमारी उर्दू दुनिया में हम डॉक्टर तकी आबदी को उर्दू का एक रिनाउंड स्कॉलर, गैर मामूली मुहक्किक, गैर मामूली नाकिद और गैर मामूली तख्लीकार के तौर पर हम इनको जानते हैं। मैं क्या बताऊं कि इनकी किताबों की कितनी लंबी फहरिस्त है और मैं बड़ा हैरान हूं कि इतनी मुख्तसर से मुद्दत में इन्होंने मीर अनीस और मिर्ज़ा दबीर पर तो खैर गैर मामूली काम किया ही है, मिर्ज़ा गालिब पर भी इन्होंने गैर मामूली काम किया, अल्लामा इकबाल पर इन्होंने गैर मामूली काम किया। और ये वो शुअरा हैं जिन पर काम करना आसान काम नहीं है। एक तो ये कि इतने काम हुए हैं कि अब उसमें नया निकाल कर लाना बड़ा मुश्किल काम है, और ख़ुद ये अपने आप में ये शुअरा इतने दकीक, इतने अमीक और इतने पेचीदा, इतने संजीदा हैं कि इन पर मज़ीद नया कुछ निकाल कर लाना ये डॉक्टर तकी आबदी का ही जिगरा है और मेहनत और उसका समरा है कि इन्होंने इन चारों शुअरा पर बड़े गैर मामूली काम किए। इसके अलावा पिछले 2-1 वर्षों में मैंने देखा कि अल्ताफ़ हुसैन हाली पर इन्होंने बड़ा गैर मामूली काम किया है। कुल्लियात हाली तो एडिट किया ही है, उसके अलावा बच्चों के हाली और मुसद्दस हाली और कौन से हाली, कैसे हाली, गरज की अंबार लगा दिया। एक नया हाली हमारे सामने आया। जब फैज़ की सेंटेनरी मनाई जा रही थी तो बहुत सारे लोग फैज़ पर काम कर रहे हैं। फैज़ ऐसा मकबूल शायर है कि फैज़ पर तो काम होते ही रहता है, यूनिवर्सिटीज़ में रिसर्च होती रहती हैं। लेकिन फैज़ फहमी और फैज़ शनासी का जो काम तकी आबदी साहब ने किया है वो अपने आप में बेमिसाल है, लाजवाल है, इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं। फैज़ जितने मकबूल शायर हैं, एक मकबूल शायर के बारे में बार बार लिखना और कुछ नया निकाल के लाना एक मुश्किल काम होता है। लेकिन तकी आबदी साहब की किताब इतनी मोटी किताब है कि कोई कमज़ोर किस्म का तालिब इल्म उसको उठा भी नहीं सकता ठीक से। तो इतना अच्छा भारी भरकम काम किया है तकी आबदी साहब ने। उसके अलावा इन्होंने इंशा पर, नज्म आफंदी पर और दूसरे शोरा पर इतने काम हैं। शायरी की ग्रामर पर काम है, दूसरे मौज़ूआत पर काम है, रुबाई पे काम है। और मुझे बहुत मोतबर ज़रिए से क्या मतलब खुद बराह रास्त तकी आबदी साहब से बातचीत करते हुए मुझे पता चला कि इन दिनों वो फ़िराक़ की रुबाइयों पर, फ़िराक़ की शायरी पर भी काम कर रहे हैं। रुबाइयों पर बहुत काम हुए हैं, लोग करते रहते हैं, लेकिन तकी आबदी साहब के काम करने का अंदाज़ बड़ा अनोखा, बड़ा निराला है। वो दीवानों की तरह लग जाते हैं और समुंदर में गोता लगाते हैं और फिर उसमें से मोतियां निकाल कर लाते हैं। ये बहुत बड़ी बात है। मुझे ये शरफ हासिल है कि मैं डॉक्टर तकी आबदी के साथ चंद बड़ी आलमी कॉन्फ्रेंसों में, इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंसों में, खा वो न्यूयॉर्क हो, खा वो लंदन हो, खा वो टोरंटो हो या कराची हो, मैं उनके साथ मैंने शिरकत की है। उन्होंने मुझे चेयर करवाया, पेपर पढ़वाया और इसी तवस्सुस से, इसी सिलसिले से मैं टोरंटो में एक नहीं कई बार उनके दौलत खाने पे भी जा चुका हूँ। और वो कुतुब खाना जहाँ आज वो बैठे हुए हैं वो अंडरग्राउंड वो कुतुब खाना है। मगरिब में ऐसे ही मकान बनते हैं कि ऊपर आदमी रहता है और नीचे हॉल होता है। उस हॉल को इन्होंने ऐसी खूबसूरत लाइब्रेरी, ऐसी रेयर मैन्युस्क्रिप्ट के साथ जो पर्शियन की, उर्दू की, अंग्रेजी की, हिंदी की, जैसा कि इन्होंने अभी खुद कहा, बेमिसाल किताबें। और मैं आज ये एतराफ़ कर रहा हूँ कि जिस ज़माने में मैं इंटरनेशनल फैज़ सेमिनार में शिरकत करने न्यूयॉर्क गया था तो इन्हीं के साथ फिर जब आया तो मैं भी फैज़ पर एक किताब लिख रहा था और मैंने इन्हीं के लाइब्रेरी में बैठकर एक नहीं 2-3 मज़ामीन फैज़ पर इनके लाइब्रेरी में बैठ कर लिखे थे। तो ये मुझे शरफ हासिल है। तो कहाँ तक तारुफ कराऊं? छोटा सा साथ साथ एक तारुफ ये भी है कि मेरे अजीज दोस्त हैं और मुझसे मोहब्बत करते हैं, थोड़ी बहुत इज्जत भी कर लेते हैं, ये सोच के कि मैं प्रोफेसर हूँ, हालांकि मैं किसी लायक नहीं हूँ। लेकिन तकी आबदी का अनोखापन इस बात में है कि मैं अगर उर्दू का प्रोफेसर हूँ और उर्दू में काम कर रहा हूँ, तो ये कोई गैर मामूली बात नहीं है। लेकिन एक शख्स जो मेडिकल डॉक्टर है, फिजिशियन है, जो साइंस का आदमी है, वो लिटरेचर में आकर इतने अच्छे, इतने बड़े बड़े काम करे, शायरी भी करे, मरसिए भी लिखे, गज़लें भी लिखे, नज़में भी लिखे। इनके एक नज़्म बच्चों की हंसी पर है, जो मैंने सुना था, बेमिसाल नज़्म है, खूबसूरत नज़्म है। तो इतने कलरफुल, इतने मेनी साइडेड जिसे कहते हैं, हमा जहती है, इतने पहलू हैं इनकी शख्सियत के कि तारुफ में कहाँ तक कैसे पेश किया जाए। जैसे ही मेरी शागिर्दा डॉक्टर आरिफा ने मुझसे कहा कि वो डॉक्टर तकी आब्दी का लेक्चर कराना चाहती हूँ, तो मैं बेहद खुश हुआ। मैंने फ़ौरन आब्दी साहब को फ़ोन करके उनसे गुजारिश की कि एस खन्ना, जो हमारे शहर का एक बेहतरीन कॉलेज है, हमारी इलाहाबाद यूनिवर्सिटी का एक बेहतरीन कॉलेज है, वो आपका लेक्चर करना चाहता है। तो बहुत हंसी खुशी वो तैयार हो गए और आज वो लेक्चर होने जा रहा है। आब्दी साहब, आपका इस लेक्चर में, इस कोशिश में, इस बज़ में आपका ये दोस्त, ये हकीर दूर उस्तादा दोस्त आपका इस्तकबाल करता है और हम इलाहाबाद वालों के लिए ख़ास तौर पर बेहद खुशी है। आप इलाहाबाद भी आते रहे हैं, हमारे शोबे में भी आए हैं, आपके लेक्चर शहर में भी, शोबे में भी हुए हैं, और हम चाहेंगे कि हालात बेहतर हों तो फिर आप आएँ और हमें आपकी फ़िराक़ की रुबाइयों पर जो आप काम कर रहे हैं इलाहाबाद को, हम उर्दू वालों को इस किताब का बेचैनी से इंतज़ार रहेगा। तकी आब्दी साहब, तुम सलामत रहो हज़ार बरस, हर बरस के दिनों बहुत
बहुत
ऐसे आप काम करते रहेंगे तो मुझे यकीन है कि उर्दू को और बहुत अच्छी किताबें मिलती रहेंगी। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया और आपका इस्तकबाल है।
बहुत शुक्रिया, ममनून, आपका जरा नवाजी का ममनून। तो कोई
अब मैं आपसे गुजारिश करता हूं कि आप जो आज का ये आर्जा है, आज का ये की जो वबा है, या ये जो बीमारी है, या वायरस है, या जो भी आप इसे नाम दें, आप एक मेडिकल डॉक्टर, एक्सपर्ट के तौर पर हमें बताएं, हमारे आवाम को, आम इंसान को, कि इससे बचने के क्या क्या तरीके हो सकते हैं और इसका इलाज क्या हो सकता है।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। पहले तो मैं प्रोफेसर फातमी साहब का, और जैसा नाम दिया गया है कि दूसरे चेयरमैन प्रोफेसर बाजपाई साहब भी, और डॉक्टर आरिफा बेगम और डॉक्टर सेठ, निश्चित सेठ का मैं ममनून हूं। जो कुछ भी प्रोफेसर फातमी साहब ने कहा, ही इज माई मेंटर, ये मेरे उस्तादों में से हैं, ये मेरे दोस्तों में से हैं, ये मेरे मोहसिनों में से हैं। मैंने बहुत कुछ इनसे सीखा है और हमने आई हैव पुट लॉट ऑफ टाइम, बहुत कुछ याद किया है। बहरहाल मैं शर्मिंदा हूँ, जरा नवाजी का ममनून हूँ। सो मैं आई विल talk in English, in Urdu, in Hindi, in all languages, so that everybody, सबको मालूम हो जाए what I am talking about. तो ये the topic is how to live with COVID-19. किस तरह से जिंदगी गुजारी जाए कोविड के साथ, क्योंकि ये मैं 45 years I am फिजिशियन, आई नेवर सा, मैंने कभी अपनी जिंदगी में इस 45 साल में 45 years के आई एम एज ए फिजिशियन वर्किंग, आई नेवर सा सच challenges that the world is facing. जो दुनिया को आज जो चैलेंज हो रहा, यानी एक very minute organism, virus has challenged the whole world. और इस वक्त जब हम बात कर रहे हैं इंडिया के लिए, ये 3 weeks इंडिया के लिए, जैसा कि मैंने आई हैव टोल्ड 2.5 महीना पहले मैंने बताया था कि इट इज गोइंग टू बी वेरी हाई, एंड इट वाज रियल ट्रू, वो बिल्कुल साथ। द next 3 weeks will be challenge, a big challenge for India. अब इंडिया जो है वर्ल्ड में 3rd नंबर पर है, इट्स अ बिग कंट्री इंडिया। आप जानते हैं, now in the world we have 150 lakhs, 1.5 crore patients, and about 7 lakhs have died. And in India, you know better that there are about 12, 14, 15 lakhs. तो बोलने का मतलब यह है कि लोगों में, why we are working, I am thankful to this Allahabad Girls College that this is a very important time they are doing this webinar. इस वजह से, if we don't help now the common people and don't supply, उनको अगर हम inform ना करें, it will be a disaster. So this COVID, what is COVID-19? Co means corona, V means virus, D means disease. So this is a corona virus disease. 2019 में ये मालूम हुई. So corona virus disease 2019. It is called COVID-19. This is not flu. Don't think it is flu. हर साल जो फ्लू आता है और चला जाता है, तो लोग समझते हैं कि बस इस साल भी फ्लू आया है, चला जाएगा. No, no, no. This is not flu. This is 6 times or 7 times more infectious than flu. यानी अगर फ्लू का एक पेशेंट 10 पीपल में खड़े रहकर स्नीज करे या काफ करे या खांसे, तो 1 person will get infected. मगर कोविड का अगर पेशेंट 10 पीपल में खांसे, तो 6 to 7 people will be affected. So 6 or 7 times it is more infectious. First point. Flu is just for 1 week or 8 days. Some temperature, थोड़ा बुखार आ गया, temperature, cough, sneezing, discharge, nasal discharge, some body ache, and you'll be okay. This COVID will remain between 3 to 4 weeks. Very smart virus. It is a RNA virus. So it is in infectivity 7 times. This virus duration is 3 to 4 weeks. And important thing is this one, that it is a respiratory virus. Direct attack करता है lungs पर. And so the people that for the young people can survive, they have extra lung tissue. A young person can run over the stairs and he feel nothing. But an old person cannot run because it doesn't have the capacity in the lung and in the heart. So this is a respiratory virus attacking the lungs. And then it's just not stopping there. वहां पे नहीं रुक रहा. वो lungs के बाद heart को attack कर रहा है. वो kidneys को attack कर रहा है. वो liver को attack कर रहा है. वो blood vessels को attack कर रहा है. और अभी मालूम नहीं हो रहा है कि और क्या क्या ये organs को खराब कर रहा है. अभी तो हमारे पास its history is only couple months. कुछ महीनों से हम इस नई डिसीज को जानते हैं, क्योंकि ये हमारा वायरस नहीं था, ये एनिमल वायरस था. ये म्यूटेड होकर, ये आरएनए जो एनिमल वायरस था म्यूटेड होकर ह्यूमन वायरस बना. तो अब एनिमल को भी अफेक्ट कर रहा है और ह्यूमन बींग्स को भी, इंसानों को भी अफेक्ट कर रहा है. तो बहुत केयरफुल रहना चाहिए. आप देखें, this time in America, in 100 days, the number of patients in America was 10 lakhs in 100 days. But last week, in 10 days, the number jumped from 30 lakhs to 40 lakhs. Means it took 100 days first. to get 100 people infected. And last week, within 10 days, they get 10 lakhs. That's what I am telling. It is very important now in India. We all have to help. It is not the government work. It is our work. It is the human beings work. तो लोगों में जो अलग अलग रॉन्ग परसेप्शन है वो बताना पड़ेगा कि if you have to be careful, prevention is the cure.
अरे उसी में
यहाँ पर
फोन आ गया, वो तस्वीर चली गई उनकी, अब क्या हम बताएं। अब वो
अच्छा, क्या मुझे सुन सक रहे हैं? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes. We are hearing you. Yes, sir.
Okay, so can you mute the other people so that the other can listen to me?
Sir, we have
Because I'm seeing some sort of disturbance now. Okay,
done.
so what I was telling, that this COVID-19 is a very infectious RNA virus. Infectivity is higher, duration is long, and the sequences are very bad. Now, so here we have gathered now to tell our people, students, teachers, professors, all people, they have to work out now. So symptoms, what is symptoms? Symptom of COVID, you can divide into 3 branches. 3 qisam ke. There are 25 to 30% COVID patient have no symptom. उनको कुछ नहीं है, ना टेम्परेचर है, ना coughing है, ना उनको body ache है. They don't have anything, and that is the most dangerous part of the COVID. And these people can only spread the disease. So about 25 to 30% doesn't have symptom. Now, the remaining 75% of COVID positive patient, most of them, 80-90% have typical symptoms. What is typical? Means the common symptom. They have body ache, they have some temperature, I have some body ache, I have some sneezing. Don't go to your work. Don't go to your shop. Don't infect that auto rickshaw person. Don't go to your class and infect your friends. You just don't infect your home people. So the moment in the morning, I find out that I have fever, I have some temperature, I have some body ache, I will isolate myself into my room first. This is not emergency. You don't have to be panic. You don't have to call the doctor. You don't have to go to hospital. जाने की जरूरत नहीं है. क्या करें आप अपने आप को क्वारंटाइन कर लें रूम में. Put a mask on yourself when you are coming out of the room. Room ठंडा रहे. A little fan. फिर take a paper and a thermometer. Check your temperature. Write down your temperature. You will see, and rehydrate. Liquids ज्यादा पीते रहो. वो fruit juice हो, वो आपके जो है soup हो, whatever it may be, take more liquid, because once your body liquid will go down, your fever will shoot up. So very important that you should keep yourself quarantined. Tell your family, your brothers, your sisters, your father, your mother, your wife, your siblings, don't come near. In 2 to 3 days, you will find out. 90% now, it is not the flu season. 90% if you have these symptoms, without testing, I am telling, that is the COVID. So probably, you will be okay. 8 दिन में थोड़ा काफ होकर, थोड़ा टेम्परेचर होकर, take some paracetamol tablet you should have at home. वो टेम्परेचर को रिड्यूस करने, एंड राइट डाउन द टेम्परेचर. You should be clear of temperature for 3 days. ऐसा नहीं, अरे आज सुबह मुझे टेम्परेचर नहीं हुआ, I am okay, I can mix up now. No, no, no. You should have 72 hours, no fever. That's what I am telling. Please record your temperature. It should be 72 hours, because this COVID can go and can come back in 24 hours in a strong way. Quarantine yourself. Put a mask when you are moving, even in your home. Take more liquids. Take paracetamol and relax. If God forbid, you feel on 4th day or 5th day some pain when you are taking your breath, means you have to now consider maybe you are having pneumonia. You see, COVID will have a pneumonia. That pneumonia was called interstitial pneumonia, very bad pneumonia. It goes into both lungs and it is spread like hell. And the patient will feel, when he's taking the breath, pain, and cough cannot be controlled, and fever, बुखार आता है, बॉडी एक होता है, सीने में दर्द होता है. You have to contact the hospital. Hospital आपका एक्सरे लेगा, and if it is a place where there is a possibility of COVID test, they may do the COVID test. And now 80% people, even with the pneumonia, young people, strong people who have done the exercises, they clear it. But some unfortunate people, if they have diabetes, if they have immune deficiency, if they have other problems, they go on the lower side, and gradually they end up into the ventilator. और एक काम आप कर सकते, if you are having heart disease, you may be taking a aspirin, baby aspirin tablet also. Why? Your doctor will give, because this COVID is causing clots, small clots, big clots. So now this is the treatment, and I am not going to go in detail. मैं डिटेल में नहीं जा रहा हूं, इस वजह से कि उसके बाद hospital will take care itself. Now you have to know that there is no treatment, but there are some news going on nowadays. This is social news media. Oh, we are having hydroxychloroquine. Nothing. Hydroxychloroquine is destroying the heart patients. I'm a cardiologist. I work as a cardiologist. People, that was just making money. People have purchased the hydroxychloroquine, long, big money. No hydroxychloroquine. Yes, there is a drug called remdesivir. We have couple of years back, कुछ साल पहले, इबोला जो है अफ्रीका में आया. You people are not aware. I was aware. मुझे मालूम था. तो 2 लाख के करीब डोसेस बनाए गए. तो you imagine we are having 150 लाख पेशेंट हैं, और हमारे पास अब बना रही है कुछ लैब. रेमडेसिविर के जब शुरू हुआ तो 2 लाख डोसेस थे पूरी दुनिया में. तो some special people got. That's not curing. अगर कोई आदमी 11 दिन तक आपके पेशेंट रहता है, तो if you give रेमडेसिविर 4 दिन कम हो जाते हैं, 7 days में इंप्रूव हो सकता. Again they are giving cortisone, dexamethasone. एकदम एक गड़बड़ हुई, डेक्सामेथासोन आ गया. कुछ भी नहीं होता डेक्सामेथासोन. It can reduce some days. Why I am telling? Prevention is the most important thing. आपको मैं करेक्ट इंफॉर्मेशन इस वजह से दे रहा हूं कि ना रेमडेसिविर काम करने वाला है, ना डेक्सामेथासोन काम करने वाला है। काम करने वाले दो चीजें, एक लैब में एंटीबॉडीज बनाई जा रही हैं और एक वैक्सीन है। और वैक्सीन भी जो है, इट्स नॉट गोइंग टू कम बिफोर नवंबर, एंड यू हैव टू लिव एवरी डे, कि जिंदा रहना है, वी हैव टू बी लिव। इस वजह से आई हैव गिवन द टॉपिक नेम हाउ टू लिव विद द कोविड-19। प्रिवेंशन इज द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग। अगर आप प्रिवेंशन करेंगे तो यू सेफ योरसेल्फ। जब आप अपने आप को सेफ करेंगे तो आप अपनी फैमिली को सेफ करेंगे। जब आप अपनी फैमिली को सेफ करेंगे तो आप अपने नेबरहुड को सेफ करेंगे। जब आप अपने नेबरहुड को सेफ करेंगे तो आप अपने डिस्ट्रिक्ट को सेफ करेंगे। आपका डिस्ट्रिक्ट सेफ होगा तो आपका सिटी सेफ होगा, आपका सिटी सेफ होगा तो आपका देश ठीक होगा, और आपका देश अगर ठीक होगा तो फिर वर्ल्ड ठीक होगी। तो एवरीबडी हैज रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी नाउ। तो जो लोग ये चाहते हैं कि हु केयर्स, ना वी केयर सर, तो आपका फर्ज ये है, if nobody is, if they are not having the mask, tell that please don't come in near to me, I don't want to get infected। तो कह ये रहा हूं, एंटीबॉडीज क्या है, यानी those patient who got infected, उनके ब्लड प्लाज्मा में some antibodies हैं, they kill those viruses। तो laboratories 2 months back took those antibodies and make on in the labs, क्योंकि demand is so much, उतने पेशेंट कहाँ हैं कि उनका प्लाज्मा लिया जाए, then you filter, and it's not easy because if you take from the plasma, प्लाज्मा से लेंगे तो उसमें प्रोटीन्स होते हैं, बहुत से प्रॉब्लम होते हैं ब्लड का जो है प्रोडक्ट लेने से। So they are making now, and I think within 2-3 weeks you will be having those antibodies। That is very good news। वो एंटीबॉडीज को जो है जब इंजेक्ट किया जाएगा, डायरेक्टली दे विल किल द वायरस। बट द प्रॉब्लम इज, प्रॉब्लम ये नहीं है, ये जो पेशेंट मर रहे हैं, दे आर डाइंग, दे आर नॉट डाइंग बिकॉज ऑफ द लोड ऑफ द वायरस। वायरस 4 वीक्स तक नहीं रह रहा है, वायरस तो शायद 2 वीक्स में मर रहा है, लेकिन in the body, the changes this virus is creating such a way, those changes will kill that patient। फिर ये importance, do not get infected। Young children, young people कह रहे हैं, this is, I don't care, this is just like a 4 weeks yatra। It's not yatra। We don't know क्या ये वायरस कर रहा है। Now we are getting news, some young patients are telling, sir, I used to go this 12 stairs, but now I cannot go, I think I am short of breath, because this interstitial pneumonia is causing scar of lung। Some young people died, and when the autopsy done, and they not autopsy, but when the CAT scan done, they find out they have strokes, they have big clot into the kidney, into the lung, into liver। So the young people are also not safe। It is wrong। Yes, majority, they are okay, but what's going to happen in next 5 years, I don't know। This is a very new disease। We know leprosy for 2000 years, we know tuberculosis for hundreds of years, we know measles for hundreds of years, but we don't know COVID just for 5 months। I don't know, maybe after 5 months it is going to kill the pancreas, and then everybody who is infected may have the diabetes। I don't know, because it's a new disease, because it's an unknown is there। Be careful, be careful, and this is the time, and so simple। Clean your hands, take the social distancing, put a mask, do some steam, goggles, and wait for 2-3 months। Vaccine is coming। More than 25,000 scientists are working in more than 100 countries। for vaccination. You heard good news. 3 days back, India also went into the vaccination stage 3. What is stage 3? What is stage 1, stage 2, stage 3? Stage 3 means they are inoculating that made vaccine and seeing how much it has adverse reaction, uska reaction kitna hai, how much it's protecting. It's a very good news. India also have vaccine. It started 2 days back, 3 days back, and it has gone into stage 3. You know that. China already inoculated the military people of its own. 10 दिन पहले चाइना ने वैक्सीनेशन इनोकुलेट कर दिया अपने मिलिट्री पीपल को. There is a vaccine is in stage 3 in the final between China and Brazil. क्योंकि चाइना का हर काम हिडन है. We don't know. There are 8 promising vaccination are coming. Howard Comax vaccine, Columbia vaccine, Johnson and Johnson vaccine. So the good news is vaccine is coming. So it's not forever. Be careful. You see how much I am emphasizing. मैं कितना आप लोगों को stress यानी अहमियत दे रहा हूं कि be careful. Couple of weeks. Protect your parent, protect your children, protect your this one. Grandfather, grandmother. So many people are once maybe destroyed. So now, antibodies are in the formation. Vaccines have entered into stage 3. 3 stage में आ गए हैं. और hospitals, doctors have become more experienced. अब हम देख रहे हैं. तो most important thing I will tell you कि अगर what is the scenario? आपको सब्जी लाना है, आपको जाना है सुपरमार्केट. पहले आप वीक में 4 मर्तबा जाते थे सुपरमार्केट. अब मत जाएं 4 बार. Go once a week. So before you go, put one in your washroom, जहाँ पे आप shower लेते हैं. Put a plastic there, plastic bag. Put a mask and make a list what you have to purchase. Go to your supermarket. If you see on the subject 3 people are standing, just don't go there. पहले अगर आप half an hour में shopping करते थे, keep now 1.5 hours. Go when there is no more people. And then when you take those things, keep distance from each person. Come to home, put your chappal, your shoes outside, go directly to your washroom. ये bag की तमाम vegetables, whatever it may be, whatever you can wash it, and then take out your clothes, put into a plastic bag, take a shower, put new clothes, and put this bag into sunlight. That way, you are, and take some steam inhalation, some goggles. These are the things you can do. I know it's a trouble, but you have to do it to live. So that is the scenario you have to go. बड़ी depressing news मैं आपको दे रहा हूँ, but this is the fact I have to tell. I am a very romantic poet too, but now I am talking about all, not anything of romance, because this is a reality now. आप देख रहे हैं? You have to save yourself. We had in the world in 1918, 100 years back, Spanish flu. Millions of people died. We don't know anything about that. We don't have X-rays of that time. We don't have any except some news that the people were coughing and doing this one and they're dying in 6 days to 12 days. That time there was no so much, I can come to your place within 14 hours. That time it was not possible. So now we have to protect ourselves. Spanish flu, You see? And if you see the notes of those 1918 to 1921, they were talking about quarantines. They are talking about, so the most of these Europeans, they came, they brought this disease to India, and India and other all subcontinent got infected. उसमें लग गया. चलिए, तो आपको मालूम है, मैं आपको एक छोटा सा जोक तो नहीं है, लेकिन इन द लाइफ ऑफ गालिब एक चीज सुनाता हूं, बिकॉज आई हैव टॉक सो मच टफ थिंग्स. आई वांट टू गिव समथिंग, क्योंकि लेट्स हैव ए लिटिल सॉफ्ट थिंग. यू नो हु इज गालिब? गालिब कौन था? गालिब उर्दू का बड़ा मजे का शायर. He was a very humorous person. He died in 1869. मगर गालिब मरने से 9 साल पहले उसने कहा मैं 1861 में मर जाऊंगा. तो he wrote कि in 1861 गालिब will be dead. पूरे उसके जितने भी शागिर्द थे, people, they were very much strong. In 1861, in India, cholera spread. दिल्ली में ऐसा कॉलेरा आया कि शमशान घाट पे जलाने की जगह नहीं थी मुर्दों को, कब्रिस्तान में गाड़ने के लिए जगह नहीं थी. मगर गालिब जिंदा रहा. तो गालिब जब जिंदा रहा तो गालिब के चहीते शागिर्द मेहदी मजरू ने लिखा, उस्ताद आप 1861 में वसल करने वाले थे, जाने वाले थे इस दुनिया से. 1861 तो चला गया, मगर आप अभी तक सालिम हैं. अब आप क्या हुक्म फरमाते हैं? व्हाट यू वांट टू टेल नाउ? तो गालिब ने कहा, भाई मैं मरना चाहता था, बट यू हैव सीन, आपने देखा इतने लोग कॉलेरा से मरे, तो मैं चाहा कि जब लोग इतने मर रहे हैं, आम लोग, मैं आम लोगों के साथ मरना नहीं चाहता था. मैं चाहता था खास तरीके से मरूं. तो मैंने मरने का इरादा चेंज कर लिया. अब अपना आपको इत्तला दूंगा कब मैं मरने वाला हूं. तो गालिब जैसा पोएट भी आप देख रहे हैं कि ऐसी, इसको वबा कहते थे उर्दू में वबा कहते थे, इट्स अ कॉलेरा. तो इंडिया में ऐसे टफ डेज आए हैं और हर आदमी, अब आप कोरोना पर आप देख रहे हैं कि पोएट्स उसको पोएट्री लिख रहे हैं, सोशल मीडिया उसका जोक बना रहा है. वो जोक चलता रहेगा, लेकिन वो जोक आपके रियलिटी नहीं है. रियलिटी यह है कि ये कोरोना जो है बहुत स्मार्ट वायरस है, और कोरोना से सेफ रहना जो है बहुत जरूरी है. अभी जैसा हमारे प्रोफेसर फातमी ने कहा, माय मेंटर प्रोफेसर फातमी तो एक्सपर्ट हैं फिराक गोरखपुरी पे. आपका इलाहाबाद बहुत अहम है फिराक गोरखपुरी की वजह से. रघुपति सहाय फराख उर्दू का अजीम शायर, he died in 1982. उनके कुछ शेर पर आपके जो है बात करता हुआ, फिर आपसे कुछ सवालात अगर हैं तो लेता हूं. ये रोमांटिक शायर था. मैं हमेशा कहता हूं, आई एम फिजिशियन फ्रॉम हेल्थ साइड, बट आई एम ए पेशेंट फ्रॉम द लिटरेचर साइड. मैं सेहत का तबीब, अदब का मरीज. आई एम ए पेशेंट ऑफ लिटरेचर और उर्दू का वकील, एंड लॉयर ऑफ उर्दू. मगर मैं कह रहा हूं, फिराक के इस शेर पे अमल मत करें. क्या कह रहा है फिराक? कि सिर्फ सेहत के सहारे जिंदगी कटती नहीं, फिराक वाज ए ह्यूमरस आल्सो। सिर्फ सेहत के सहारे जिंदगी कटती नहीं, रोग पैदा कर ले कोई जिंदगी के वास्ते, मगर वो रोग जो है वो इश्क है, वो मोहब्बत है। जैसा कहते हैं ना, इसको रोग लग गया, कोविड नहीं है वो रोग। और एक शेर देखिए कि एक मुद्दत से तेरी याद भी आई ना हमें। ही वॉज ए पोएट ऑफ रोमांस, आशिकी का शायर, मोहब्बत का शायर रघुपति सहाय फिराक कहता है, एक मुद्दत से तेरी याद भी आई ना हमें, और हम भूल गए हों तुझे ऐसा भी नहीं। बड़ी रोमांटिक पोएट्री। और एक शेर देखें, गरज के काट दिए जिंदगी के दिन ऐ दोस्त, गरज के काट दिए जिंदगी के दिन ऐ दोस्त, वो तेरी याद में हो या तुझे भुलाने में। आशिक कभी अपने लवर को भुला नहीं सकता। मोहब्बत अब मोहब्बत हो चली है। आप देखते हैं कि हमेशा जो है आशिक को लवर कहती है कि तुम मुझे भूल गए। तो फिराक कह रहे हैं, मोहब्बत अब मोहब्बत हो चली है, तुझे कुछ भूलता सा जा रहा। तो जब आशिक भूलता है तो जब समझना चाहिए कि मोहब्बत हो रही है। और तबस्सुम मालूम है आपको क्या कहते हैं? तबस्सुम यानी योर स्माइल, मुस्कुराहट, मुस्कान। दिलों को तेरे तबस्सुम की याद यूं आई, दिलों को तेरे तबस्सुम की याद यूं आई कि जगमगा उठे जिस तरह मंदिरों में चराग, जैसा मंदिरों में दीपक जलते हैं। When she was smiling, that feeling I got it. और आखिरी शेर, तू मुखातिब भी है, यानी यू आर नियर टू मी, तू मुझसे बात कर रहा है। तू मुखातिब भी है, करीब भी है, एंड यू आर नियर टू मी। तुझको देखूं कि तुझसे बात करूं, बिकॉज समटाइम जस्ट लुकिंग एट द लवर गिव्स ऑल परफेक्शंस। ठीक है, अगर आप लोगों के पास कुछ सवालात वगैरह हैं, आई विल कंटिन्यू। तो टॉपिक क्योंकि बड़ा है, मगर मैं समझता हूं कि मैसेज में भी रीच।
क्वेश्चन
जी।
वाला पे छोड़ देंगे जो एंड में है। Thank you, sir.
जी, थैंक यू।
Thank you, sir, for your interesting and relevant address on symptom, treatment, status of remedies available, and how to
Sure.
adapt ourselves for COVID-19. I hope all the participants could relate themselves to the topic in the present scenario. Good afternoon, everyone. I, Dr. Nishi Seth, I'm here for the question answer session. The keen interest of the participant is reflected by the responses in the form of queries in the live streaming as well as Zoom chat box. Moving on, the first question is from one of our faculty member, Dr. Shruti Anand. She is asking how to differentiate between normal viral infection and coronavirus infection.
That's a very important question. That's a very important question, and that is a challenge. We cannot unless we do the test, and that's what I am telling. We have to finish this COVID before our normal flu season will start. Otherwise, anybody who is coughing, anybody who is having, in October and November, the person who is having the fever, a little cough, everybody thinks that that is COVID. So COVID should be terminated before the flu start. We don't have any symptomatic difference. Only the testing can be done. Only, the COVID test. And now I believe in course of 1 month, they are bringing very fast and urgent test. So we have to do a viral test. Viral test is going to distinguish from the normal flu to the COVID. But it's very difficult. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I can't hear you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I'm audible, sir.
Yeah. So what I'm telling, did I gave answer to the question they have asked?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Very difficult. It's not possible.
Another
Only.
question. Yes, sir. Another question from our participant Anand Majumdar is sustainability only for COVID or for the whole? Should we increase our climate change movement? What about a system about eco museum?
Well, the climate and the ecosystem, of course, that's very helpful for the global environment and the global diseases. But at this moment, I don't know whether that will be helpful or not. Of course, we have experienced the ecosystem is always helpful. That gives the viral and bacterial and metabolic diseases to go down. And this is an animal virus that has mutated and come to the human. Probably we have to work out for these erotic animals and their use and their closeness to the human beings. So in that sense, it will be helpful, but it is not at this moment. At this moment, just prevention with the things I have described. But yes, that's a very interesting question that we have to work out with the ecology too.
The next question is from Dr. Rashmi Singh, sir. She is asking how COVID is different from SARS.
Well, you see, SARS and MERS and they are also RNA viruses, but this is a virus that we were knowing that it is for a long time with the snakes and with the bats, and it has been cultivated in the laboratories before. So, and the infectivity, I work with I have few patients when the MERS came and, and SARS came. These are that far we were not worried. Even you people are not interested, not heard this one. But in our Toronto, we have couple cases, very few cases. So that was, infectivity was less. As I told you here, a person if cough between 10 people, the COVID person, he will infect 6 or 7%. But in MERS and SARS, hardly one patient in 10 or 20. So we were very easily able to control those. No problem. Yeah. They are same RNA viruses. Yeah.
Okay, sir. Another question is also from Dr. Rashmi Singh. In spite of so many scientists involved, why there is no treatment discovered yet?
Very nice question. You see, this is the first time in the world. This is the first time in the world that you are getting the vaccine within 8 months. We never had it. For the vaccine, it's still for the AIDS. We don't have the vaccine from the AIDS. We takes years to make a vaccine, but more than 25,000 scientists are working on vaccine. And this virus is a very smart virus. This is changing. What it is doing, it is making an organ, it is called, you see, in the children, I didn't told about multi-organ inflammatory syndrome. These small children, they are getting this disease. So it is causing multi-organ cascade response, destroying the many organs. Therefore, the treatment is not very easy. Treatment may come. I think in a month time, we will be having antibodies. And I think in 3 months time, you can be having the vaccine. And who knows, the second day, somebody will have a cocktail of the a medication and tell that this is the treatment for the COVID. So we hope for the best, but at this moment we don't have. People are working, and it's a, you know that, you see, it's a multi-billion-dollar project now. The many companies are involved and they are doing all hidden businesses. Nobody wants to tell what they are doing unless, you know, something will come very positive, and then they want to, put the high prices and work out. So I'm hopeful, but antibodies are coming. Vaccine will be coming. Yeah.
Okay, sir. The next question is from our participant Swati. She is asking, can infection of corona replicate in patients?
There are 1 or 2 cases, but we don't have much. They are telling that two patients have been, have the replication of the virus, but we are not sure whether they have cleaned the virus, that body. Sometimes, viruses can stay for longer than the normal 3 to 4 weeks. So probably we are not sure, but 99% people never reinfected with this virus. So that's a good news. But how long the antibodies can establish in the body, still we don't know. It is very early to say.
Okay, sir. Now, Soumya Singh Solanki is asking, sir, what about the virus survival in acidic pH of stomach, and if it further goes into intestine, then it has most acidic receptors?
Yeah, that's a good question. Therefore, they are telling that, virus mostly may get killed if it is a gastric juice, if it is in the stomach with the pH and those things. But it's a respiratory virus. So it is attacking, it is staying in 2 to 3 days into the throat, and then it is going down towards the lung. Okay. Very rarely these patients are having diarrhea or symptoms. One thing I also didn't mention, that some people thought this pink tablet Pepto-Bismol, that's also helpful for some people. So to answer that question, it can be killed by the pH, acidic, but before it get killed, it is staying into the throat and it is going into the lung and replicating into the, and causing interstitial pneumonia. So it's a very smart virus. It is taking many, turns. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Next question from Aisha Dev. She is asking, since the vaccine is far to come, when do we expect antibodies to come for treatment?
Well, vaccine is already in stage 3. I am assuming that we may be having by 15th of October, but that is not the problem of taking the vaccine. The problem is whether that vaccine will be effective, whether that vaccine is going to protect us. That we have to see. Or whether that vaccine we are taking is having no adverse reaction to the body. That may take 3-4 months. So imagine from October to February next year, we will be in a dilemma of vaccine, which vaccine is working, which vaccine is not working, what are the side effects. These all things will come. And therefore, we recommend and we welcome many vaccine. If one is not working, let's go for the other. Let's see which is going to come. These questions cannot be answered unless we will be having long time. Yeah.
Thank you, sir, for such interactive and enlightening session. I hope all the queries of the participant have been answered. Now, I would request to the chairperson of this technical session, Professor A.K. Bajpai, sir, for his concluding remark. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much. Am I audible?
Professor A.K. Bajpai, yes.
Yes.
Yes,
Am
sir,
I
you are
audible?
Yeah, you
Okay,
are.
okay,
Yes, sir.
okay. Thank you so much. And first of all, let me tell my faculty members and dear students that you must have read in science in graduation also and in post graduation also. There have been a physicist like Maxwell, and he is known for his great contribution in physics, theoretical physics, and he derived an equation like Maxwell-Boltzmann equation. Besides researching in physics, he had a very good command on poetry. So we are
Nice.
not fortunate that we could see Maxwell, but we are fortunate enough to see Dr. Syed Taqi Abdi.
Thank
Really,
you.
it was a fantastic experience to listen to the deliberation by a scientist, by a doctor, by a medical professional, as well as by a poet or by a shayar. So thank
Thank
you
you.
so much, sir. And
Thank you.
I have gone through your profile. So I wonder how you get time in making such a vast contribution in Urdu. 65 books, 25 awards, more than 25, and so it was in fact uncountable. And in the
Thank you.
first, yes, in my life also, first time I am listening to such a great personality who is both a medical doctor and as well as a poet.
Thank
Your
you, sir.
lecture, rather, I should say, it it was based on a famous saying that is prevention is better than cure. But how beautifully Dr. Abdi explained about the corona, about the COVID, what are the symptoms, and what may be the possible treatments. What about the vaccine? Everyone is worried about the vaccine, when it is coming, when it is not coming. And of course, I strongly agree with you, sir, that this is the first time in the history of, in the world history or in the history of medicine, that in such a short period, a
Right.
vaccine might be coming.
Of
It
course.
takes
Yeah.
1 year, 2 years, and number of years
Yeah.
for a vaccine to come in the market. So we are fortunate enough, and as you shared, that more than 25,000 scientists are working in 100 countries day and night, so that this
Yeah.
vaccine may come out, and that will be a great news for mankind.
Sure.
In spite of covering almost all the areas which a common student or which a common people wants to know about the COVID and corona, like treatment and what are its effects, how we can get rid of, and classification of patients, very beautiful. Classes into A class, B, mild, moderate, severe. So these are the questions. Because what is actually happening, sir? We are looking to televisions, and we are being afraid. Of course, they are terrifying the people that what is this corona, what is this COVID. But in very beautiful way, you explain our students and faculties also that you need not worry about the corona. Simply you put on your mask, you wash your hands, you maintain your distance, and you trust on the God, and you can get rid of all
Got it.
hydroxychloroquine, remdesivir, and all. So I
Yeah.
thanks you so much from the bottom of my heart for this great lecture, great deliberation, and useful too. And I suppose that our students and faculty members, they must have been benefited from your excellent deliberation, from your wonderful talk. Thank you so much.
I really appreciate Professor Bajpai. I really thankful. And I thought that when I was a student, I left India in 1974 when I finished my MBBS from, and so I have a lot of, burden on my shoulder that I want to, the young generation, they should not take it as a joke. They should be serious and let the other
Okay.
people will should, because young people will listen to the young people. Okay, they are not going to listen from me, they are going to listen from their peers. Okay, so let them see
Exactly.
that this is, and this is the time India should work up in these 3 weeks. These 3 weeks are for India is really crucial, because India
Yes.
is at the verge of between second and third stage. And once this genie will be out of the bottle, then everybody will be in trouble. So I'm happy that we were able to convey this message, and
Thank
the respected and intelligent people like you and your college and all other people, they will help, and we will come out of this one, because we have faced more challenges than this one. Thank you very much.
thank
I
you.
really appreciate. And now it's at 3 o'clock in the morning here, and I have to go to the hospital at 8 o'clock. So so if I will be leaving you, I
Okay,
will
sir.
really
Okay.
appreciate that. Yes, thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you, Bajpai sir.
Thank
Thank you, Bajpai sir, for concluding the session. Now, I would like invite Dr. Nishi Seth to propose vote of thanks.
Thanks, Dr. Arifa. I feel privileged and honored to propose vote of thanks of this wonderful session. I would like to convey my heartfelt gratitude to our dignified chairpersons of the session, Professor Ali Ahmed Fatimi and Professor A.K. Bajpai sir, for their perennial support throughout this technical session. I also express my deep sense of gratitude to our keynote speaker of this session, Dr. Syed T.H. Abdi. Sir, you are here for us at 3 o'clock. Sir, thanks so much, sir.
Appreciate that.
I also thanks all participants, guests, and faculty members for their presence through the session. Now, session is about to conclude. I request all the participants and our dignitaries as well to stay with us and switch on their videos for a group photograph of this session. Kindly on your video, everyone, as we can take a screenshot.
Thank you.
Please on your video, everyone. Thank you. At this
Anyway,
point, I request all the participants to kindly join us for the next session on environmental sustainability from 2:30 p.m. onwards. Thank you once again.
thank you, Dr. Seth and Dr. Arifa Begum. Thank you very much, and have a wonderful day there. And you are working great. This time,
Thank you, sir.
this is the
Thank you, sir.
greatest
Thank
service
you.
you can do.
Thank
This
you,
is the
sir.
greatest
Thank you.
service, I think, with the chairman. And tell my, gratefulness to Dr. Professor Fatimi and Professor Bajpai.
Thank you, sir.
And I'm glad that I contributed something which you people like it. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Shukriya. Thank you.
এর ঝাঁটা মেরে কি হবে? 18টারই ঝাঁটা মারতে বললাম। না না, কৌশিকের বাইরে হবে। হ্যাঁ বলো, তোমার কি মনে হচ্ছে কি বলো? ও তো কোনো কাজ করবে না। হুম, ওই যে সার্চ কমেন্ট যেতে যাবে সেটা নিয়ে, তুমি কেন ফাঁসবে, এরকম ব্যাপার ওকে ও কায়দা করে ভয় ধরিয়ে দিয়ে বুঝিয়ে দিচ্ছে। না পরশু পর্যন্ত ছিল না, এবং রাজীবকে বলেছিল যে মেডিকেল টেডিকেল এগুলো করতে খুব কষ্ট হবে, তো তবু আমি করে দেবো, তা একটা ফিটনেস সার্টিফিকেট ওরা যাতে নিয়ে আসে। আর প্রদীপ স্যার বলেছিল যে কোনো ক্ষতি হবে না, ওরা জয়েন করবে, আবার ফ্রি আনবো, সবকিছুই পাওনা দেনা পেয়ে যাবে, কোনো কিছু ঠিক হবে না। আসলে তখন প্রদীপ স্যার পর্যন্ত ঠিক ছিল। হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ, ব্যাপারটা তোমাকে বলি, এ একটা ইনস্টিটিউট চালানোর মতো যোগ্যতা নেই আমাদের। মানে ডাইরেক্টর অফ রিসার্চও চালাতে পারবে না, কিন্তু ডাইরেক্টর অফ রিসার্চে মানে এডিআর হিসেবে ঠিক আছে। রেজিস্টারও চালাতে পারবে না, কিন্তু ডেপুটি রেজিস্টার ঠিক আছে, এরকম টাইপের। মানে রেজিস্টার যে কাজগুলো দেবে সে ও থ্রু দি পয়েন্টে করে দেবে, রেজিস্টার সিগনেচার করবে, ও সিগনেচার করতেই ভয় পাচ্ছে মাঝে মাঝে, আর ওকে ভয় ঢুকিয়ে দিচ্ছে কৌশিক। এবার ব্যাপারটা যে ওখানে যদি একটা ডব্লিউএসএস অফিসার অফিসার বা ভালো অফিসার বসে থাকতো, তাহলে সে সাহস দিত, আরে কি হবে আপনি করুন না। সেই লোকটাও তো নেই কেউ, না আমরা যা বলছি সে কৌশিক ভেঙে দিচ্ছে, যেহেতু সে পদে রয়েছে। মেন ব্যাপার হচ্ছে এক এক করে সব সরাতে হবে, এটা তো ব্যাপার। সে তো বলে দিয়েছে, সে তো বিশ্বনাথ ব্যানার্জি তার ফেসবুকে বলেই দিয়ে যে 2 নম্বরই লোক নিয়ে আর যাই হোক 1 নম্বরই কাজ করা যায় না। 2 নম্বরই লোকে তো চেয়ারে বসিয়ে ভালো কাজ করা যায় না, এটা সব একদম সহজ কথা। বিশ্বনাথ বাবু তো সোজাসুজি কথা বলে। সেটাই তো বুঝতে পারছি না, শুরুতেই করে ফেললে হয়ে যেত প্রথম মাসের মধ্যে আর কি। না আমি এই যে বললাম, ওই প্রথম যখন আমাদের জিজ্ঞেস করেছিল, আমরা বলেছিলাম ওই অর্ডার গুলো রেভোক করে আমাদের ফার্স্টে বেতন বেতন সব চালু করে দিই। হ্যাঁ, এটা বলার কারণ কি, কৃষ্ণেন্দু বললো না সব কংক্রিট করে করা উচিত। আমার দূর থেকে তোর বিসিকেবির কোন কাজটা কংক্রিট আছে? মেন ব্যাপার হচ্ছে বিসিকেবিতে হচ্ছে মিউজিক্যাল চেয়ার ভাইস চ্যান্সেলর ও এনি টাইম চেঞ্জ হয়ে যায়, তা বলতে তো প্রদীপ মজুমদার পাঠিয়েছে চেঞ্জ হবে না, তাই দেখো চেঞ্জ হয়ে 2 মাসও লাগলো না, 2 মাসও হয়নি এখন, 2 মাসের মধ্যে চেঞ্জ হয়ে গেল। এখন পদগুলো যদি সরাই তাহলে একটু অন্যরকম হয়ে যাবে, মানে যদি দেশে দিতে পারে কৌশিকের সব বলেছি, সব আপডেট করেছি, ডাইরেক্ট কথা বলবো, ডাইরেক্ট আমরাই কথা বলবো, স্যারের সঙ্গে ডাইরেক্ট কথা বলবো। আমরা বেশি কিছু বলবো না, বলবো স্যার ভিসি এইরকম এরকম এরকম কথাগুলো বলে গেছে, এমনকি ধনাকে বলেছে যে আছে হীরককে আমি সরাতে পারবো না, কারণ ওদিকের কথাটাই শুনছো। সেই জন্যই তোমাকে জিজ্ঞেস করেছিলাম যে ছাত্র জীবনে কি এসএফআই টেসএফআই করেছে খুব জোরালো, সেটাই জিজ্ঞেস করেছি, অনেক কিছুই করেনি আর কি। হুম, সমর্থক ছিল আর কি। তাহলে তো এরকম হওয়ার কথা নয়, কৌশিক যা বোঝাচ্ছে সেটাই বুঝছি। এইটা হুম? ওদের মাথাটা ফাঁকা তো, বেশি কাজে মাথা তো থাকে না। আমাদের এই যে আমি যত কাজে মাথাটা খাটাই, ওরা কি তত কাজে মাথা খাটায়? খাটায়। একজনের শরীর খারাপ হলো ওরা ফিলিংস রাখে না, মরে গেল feelings। ওদের দুর্গতটা ছোট
Am I audible? Hello?
Yes, you are on.
Shall we start? Shall we start? No, ma'am?
Anuradha, you may start now.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. Honorable dignitaries and learned delegates, a warm afternoon to one and all. I, Anuradha Singh, feel privileged to welcome you all in second technical session of first International E-Conference on Sustainability Challenges and Transforming Opportunities, organized by our college under the Star College scheme of DBT. We are very fortunate to have Professor R.K. Srivastava as a chairperson of this session. We are very delighted to know, you are very delighted to know that he has its root from Prayagraj. He has over 37 years of teaching and research experience in the field of environmental pollution studies, ecology, environmental management, pollution remediation with wide range of training in various national and international institutes. He has, now I'm sharing the screen. He has 151 research papers published in national and international research journals. One book entitled प्राकृतिक संसाधन एवं पर्यावरण प्रदूषण published by MP Hindi Granth Academy, Bhopal. And the main awards are, he awarded Fellowship of the Society of Life Sciences India. Name and biodata appeared in Mediquist Who's in the World 15th edition 2001. And selected as member of Research Board of Advisor of American Biographical Institute USA 2000. Selected by University Grant Commission New Delhi to represent India in Indo-Russian Cultural Exchange Program. Visited Mongolia, National University of Mongolia to represent India under Indo-Mongolian Academic Exchange Program of UGC. Awarded appreciation letter by the Dean of National University of Mongolia. Awarded Environmentalist of the Year Award. He is the member of various society. And now I request to Professor R.K. Srivastava to start the session. Am I audible? Hello?
Yes, you are audible.
Ma'am, recording is paused. May I request Dr. Srivastava to unmute yourself? So kindly unmute yourself. Yes, sir.
So kindly unmute yourself.
Yes.
Yes,
Yes,
sir, you are audible. So you
Yes,
are
yes,
audible.
thank you. Thank you, Anuradha madam. At the very outset, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to be associated with the prestigious institute. The topic taken for this 5-day e-conference, that is sustainability challenges and transforming opportunities, amidst COVID-19 is a very pertinent topic in the present scenario. It is my profound privilege to introduce the speaker of this session, Dr. Felix Bast, who is at present working as Associate Professor, Department of Botany, Central University of Punjab, Batinda. Dr. Felix did his graduation from Kannur University, Kerala, and post-graduation from University of Madras in the year 2002. Dr. Bast completed his PhD from Kochi University in the year 2010. His research fields include marine biology, algal taxonomy, DNA taxonomy, molecular phylogenetics, Antarctic flora, etc. Dr. Felix has many credentials to his credit, which includes he had been the principal investigator of many major projects funded by UGC, DST, CSIR, MOES, ICSSR. 4 PhDs have been awarded under his able guidance, and he has published more than 70 research papers in the journals of high repute, having very high impact factors, and also published 4 books. Dr. Bast has visited many universities abroad, as University of Washington, University of Plymouth, UK, etc. He has many awards to his credit, as INSA Fellow, DST Inspire Faculty Award, Teacher Innovator Award of MHRD, NAMZ Germany International Guest Faculty Award, and Japanese International Doctor Fellowship Award. So we have very lot of things in his credit. And so with these introductory words, I very humbly invite Dr. Felix, the speaker of this session, to deliver his talk. Dr. Felix, please.
Okay, thanks a lot for the kind introduction, Professor R.K. Srivastava. And I'm really privileged to be here, part of all of you in this conference, by DPT scheme. SS Khanna College in Prayagraj. I have never been to Prayagraj, and I will definitely make a visit to your college as well. Dr. Anuradha, thank you so much for inviting me for this program. So this program is more or less a personal journey, and allow me to share my screen. I think Dr. Anuradha, you would need to allow me to share my screen. I cannot share.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so this talk is more on a personal journey on my own, my own lifestyle towards the UN Sustainable Developmental Goals. So when I speak about SDG, many people think that it's an academic, technical jargon-filled subject, UN Sustainable Development Goals, and we speak a lot about it and then forget it and evade the responsibility. But that is not the case, friends. SDG has to come up the personal level. Yeah, now I think I can share my screen. Give me a second. Let me share my screen. I hope my screen is visible, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. So the title of the talk is SDGs at a personal level, transition towards citizen of the globe and creature on the earth. And this is a message that I keep on spreading everywhere. The message is that we have to think on the earth. Earth has to be our priority. And creature on the earth, we are ultimately an animal, and we have to be a creature. And of course, we are creature. We just have to reassure ourselves that we are a creature and we are a citizen of the globe. So as you know, the Sustainable Development Goal, there are 17 goals. And if you ask me to talk about it, I can spend hours and hours, rather days and days, talking the importance of all these 17 development goals. A very favorite talk of almost all academicians. But that is not what I am intending to do. I'm giving you some practical advices, rather my own tips that I have been doing in my life. So if you ask me what sustainability is, to the core, this is the quote from Seneca, famous Roman, Stoic philosopher. He said this 2000 years old, 2000 years back. Be the user, but not the slave of the gifts of fortune. So, if you get any gift, whatever the thing that we get from our environment, we have to be a humble user, not, we have no authority to squander our resources. We should actually be extremely vigilant on how we are spending the resources, because these are precious, not only for our generation, but also for many future generations, our posterity. So, if you live, this is another of my very favorite quote, if you live in harmony with the nature, you will never be poor. But if you live according to what others think, you will never be rich. This is the same quote by the same philosopher, the Seneca. So, we have to be living in accordance or in harmony with the nature. So another of the Stoic philosopher Marcus Aurelius' favorite quote is that things that we treasure are like leaves on a tree. The leaves will definitely fall down. So nothing is permanent. You have to reassure yourself that everything is, even the life itself is impermanent, right? So what are the baby steps towards sustainability as a human being, as a mortal? What we can do, you and me can do towards the transition towards sustainability and ultimately towards the UN's SDG 17. Of course, these are artificial, and all this 17, you cannot take it one by one. These are all interconnected SDGs, So what we can do. So I'm just sharing my own personal story. So I have started 100% organic waste to composting. I never waste a single thing, even the mango peel, which I used, I had in the afternoon meals. I did not throw it away in a dustbin. No, I'm composting it. I have started composting even my hair after cutting. Yesterday, I had a haircut. I cut it myself. Of course, it's because of the COVID-19. And even the hair goes to the compost bin because it's a protein. Keratin is an excellent source of protein. And even nail clippings can be composted. There is absolutely no problem with that. And of course, composting is the best friend of kitchen gardening. So everybody should start gardening. That is, that is a one simple baby step towards the sustainability instead of simply buying the goods every single time. And of course, buy less stuff. Only the required stuff we have to buy. It's not because of that, I'm a professor, I earn a lot of money, I have to, get a shoe every couple of months. Why you need that? It's not a sustainable lifestyle at all. So if you buy less, then it will automatically lead to less waste. That is the sustainable solution. So Seneca's again a favorite quote. By the way, Seneca is my favorite philosopher. Lots of profound advice that Seneca is keep on giving. It's not that the man who has too little, but the man who craves for more, that is poor. It is poor or rich has nothing to do with money. Even if you earn very less, but if you don't have any desires, then you are much, much richer. That is exactly what the saying of our own Bhagavad Gita is also about, isn't it? Or Veda says. The message is really profound. And Tyler Durden's quote is also here, profound quote and relevant here. The things you own end up owning you. Like if you own a great phone, for example, an iPhone, the latest model, then the phone is going to own you. It's not that you are owning that your things. So the things will become your identity. If you have a big car and a big bungalow, and those are the things. Oh, okay, he is a guy, having that car. You will be associated with that kind of luxury. So that is not the real life, friends. That is actually a life of a dead man or a dead woman. So I buy local seasonal food, which are cheaper and healthier. I never buy the imported stuff. There is no point in buying a Californian peach, or a prune, bottled prune from California, or apples from Australia. Why should I go for it? It will take such a long time in ship to deliver here. How much money is being wasted, you see? And for transportation, not just money, but also the carbon. The carbon footprint is tremendous. The impact is too high for any of these exotic food. And much more than that, these exotic food things are not healthy at all. The local food is much more healthier. Even the bottled water, I never use any bottled water. I simply carry a good quality water bottle, and I just fill the water wherever I'm possible. Even the PET bottles are not only bad for the environment, but also, you know, the water is being transported from the source, burning a lot of fossil fuel. Even I arranged lots of you know, the seminars and conferences just like you, right in the SS Khanna College. I arranged recently, I had a refresher course. And whenever I'm the coordinator of any function, I never use any plastic, no single-use plastic, for example, no flex board or no PET bottles, you know, so anybody can do this. You just need a bit more effort. So I redefine my priorities. That is very, very important. What are my priorities? I redefine to align myself with UN Sustainable Developmental Goals. You know, composting, of course, takes time and effort, but it's worth it, friends. It's really worth it. So if you eat a banana, for example, and get the peel is no more a waste. Peel is gonna be food for the worms in my compost bin. That will give you such a happiness in you. You know, it is ineffable. I cannot express that in the words. So a kilogram of compost you can buy in the market for just 20 rupees, but that is not, the material value is not simple monetary value, you know, but the value of the compost that I made with my own waste is ineffable. That is called happiness, I can say. So, you know, that is one baby step towards happiness as well. So Frank Herbert's favorite quote is again very relevant: seek freedom and become captive of your desires, while seek discipline and find your liberty. Of course, a transition towards sustainability is not a freedom, you know, that kind of a loose lifestyle that people, many rich people, they squander their life without even considering the next generation. That is not how it is. You know, for sustainable lifestyle, it takes effort, it takes time, it takes a lot of discipline. But if you seek that discipline, you find your own liberty. You know, you find yourself so much happier. You know, so that is what the quote is all about. This is my pyramid of prioritization. In my pyramid of prioritization, there is no place for caste or religion. No, that is not at all important in my life. And I suggest everybody to consider, to adopt this pyramid as well. Absolutely, the caste and religion makes absolutely no sense. You know, these are just artificial human construct just to keep on enmity. Even nationalism is not the top priority in my life. You know, in my prioritization, humanism is more important than even nationalism. The spirit of and love for other human being, that is exactly the UN Sustainable Developmental Goal. You know, the friendship with other people also about, or you know, it's a day after tomorrow is a UN World Friendship Day. So the friendship as in just like our normal friendship, no, that is not what they envision. They envision the friendship day in the UN is that international boundaries, to have some friends. Can you ever imagine having a friend in Pakistan or in Bangladesh or Nepal or China or down South America in Peru? You know, the world is one, friends. We really need to find transnational friends. You know, so humanism is really important. And more than humanism, friends, human being is just one species of countless number of species, estimated to be 10 million on the planet Earth. So we really have to find love, you know, and care for other species co-inhabiting, coexisting in the planet Earth. So environmentalism, taking care of our environment, is the top priority. You know, you think of that. So we have only one environment. We have thousands of gods and 4,500 religion we have, but we have only one planet Earth. So unless we care for our planet, who is going to care for our planet, right? And the planet is not just for you and me, also for the future generations. So rationalism and science, keep your trust on it. And what rationalism and science is, be a creature on the earth while citizen of the world. You know, rest of the feeling just keep aside and concentrate on building a better planet and better world without poverty and without hunger. Well, I traveled a lot, 23 countries I've been to, and some of the places are etched forever in my life. You know, for example, this is a pic from, you know, the Sundarban. There is a place called Gosaba village. That village is, I don't know how you consider developed or developing or underdeveloped. This village is like a heaven for me. You know, they don't even have electricity. You know, if you ever travel in Sundarbans, you will know that there are no bridges. You have to take local canoes to cross. You know, when I went to Sajne Khali, I went in 4 times. I crossed the small riverets. You know, and village. Now look at that. Not a single plastic anywhere. I couldn't find any plastic. The lifestyle is 100% sustainable. You know, they are living in a luxury, while we people are living not in a luxurious lifestyle, friends. For me, luxury is zero waste and completely sustainable. Environmental sustainability is this one. You know, the richness for me. Probably you might know this guy, Manik Sarkar, former Tripura chief minister. Look at the way of the simplicity that he is actually looking at his own life. You know, he was living in such a small 2-bedroom, house, such a simple lifestyle he had. He's touted as the poorest chief minister of India ever. And he always traveled in a sleeper class compartment. Friends, even traveling in sleeper class compartment significantly reduce your carbon footprint. Even for official trips that I undertake, I can travel in first class AC according to the entitlement. But I don't even go in the first class AC. I simply go in sleeper class because I'm looking for how to reduce my carbon footprint. You know, of course, and that is a lot more healthier choice as well. Living in a luxurious life in air-conditioned room is not healthy, friends. You know, you take a fresh breath outside. That is a lot more healthier. Or look, Jose Mujica is the world's poorest president in Uruguay, in South American country. Uruguay is a very rich country. You know, Uruguay is not a developing, it's a developed country. Still, this guy is living in a farmhouse. Very well educated. Both of them are highly educated people, you know, and still look at that. It's just by choice. They're living in a not in a luxury. He don't even own, both of them don't even own a car. You know, for me, of course, I have a car, but I hardly ever use a car. I always go by cycle to my university, and I'm the only professor coming by cycle. So this is a very famous quote by Mark Manson. One day, friends, you and everyone you will die, you know, you love will die. And beyond a small group of people for an extremely brief period of time, little of what you say or do will even matter. This is an uncomfortable truth of life. And everything you think or to do is but an elaborate avoidance of it. We are inconsequential cosmic dust, bumping and milling about on a tiny blue speck. The blue speck is what I call it as Earth, our planet Earth. We imagine our own importance. We invent our purpose. We are nothing. The same quote, if you ever read the books written by Carl Sagan, for example, Cosmos, Carl Sagan's philosophy is also exactly same. We are nothing but cosmic dust. Or according to Sagan's word, it is star dust. You know, of course, we are all made up of star dust, isn't it? Once you die, your matter goes back to the thing. So the matter, you and me, the bodies of ours, the matter is made up in the Big Bang. You know, no matter is being created or destroyed, friends. Ultimate sustainability experience I had is when I was part of the Indian Antarctic mission. I got that chance to be visited in 2 of our Antarctic stations, friends. We have 2 stations in Antarctica, year-round station. One is called Bharati, this is called first. And book with DST, it's published by Government of India Press, and it's called Voyage to Antarctica. You can search my name, Felix Bust, and all this information, how to purchase a book. It's available online. You know, you can buy it. And this is non-technical. It's all my personal vignettes and experiences on my voyage. I went in this ship. It's a icebreaker ship by Russia. Unfortunately, India don't have an icebreaker ship capable of going to that far. You know, in Antarctica, it's all covered by ice, right? You need to break the ice to go up to the Antarctic continent. So Antarctic continent is a continent proper. You cannot break that ice. I'm saying about ice on the top of the ocean, you know. So these are called pack ice. So you need a very, very capable ship to break that pack ice. Unfortunately, we don't have it. So we had to get this ship on rent. It's a Russian ship. So I lived at both of these stations. It's called Bharati and Maitri for 4 months. And when returning, all waste, friends, including human excrement, brought back home. We have to bring back everything because India have no permission to simply throw it out. No, we have to actually pack it in barrel. And it's not just that my own excrement. No, it is basically an excrement of everybody together. And we have to carry it, physically we have to carry it. Sometimes these barrels leak. It is extremely foul smelling, but still we do that because ultimately we are scientists. We care for the environment. And you might know that in Antarctica, there is, except psychrophiles, no bacteria can survive. And if you simply throw this excrement there, it will stay there for millions upon millions of years without any degradation. No composting will happen there. No decomposers there. So that's why we have to come back here. By the way, friends, I was born in a Brahmin family. And Voltaire, the French Enlightenment writer, inspired me to change my name to Felix Bas. It's actually a religion-neutral word. Felix, many people think that it's a Christian name. No, it's not a Christian. I love cats, and Felis is the scientific name of the cat. Bast is a goddess of cats in ancient Egypt. So by the way, had I say that, okay, I'm a Brahmin, I cannot touch others' excrement, then can I go to Antarctica? No, Antarctic continent, there is no religion or no caste. It's only science, friends, pure science. So if you have that kind of feeling that I cannot clean the toilet, of course, you have to clean the toilet as well as part of the Indian Antarctic mission. I clean the toilets. Of course, that is what we do. And even I carried the shit, of everybody together. So that is what the excrement carrying. So religion or caste will take you nowhere, friends. We have to actually love for humanity, and more than that, love for the nature has to be your priority. So sustainability is, of course, the meditation, being mindful of the environment and acknowledging the fact that we have only limited number of days on this planet. And that is what you call memento mori. It's a Latin mantra. Memento mori is that death is nearing. Think about your own death. Then on that, let death be an eye-opener. We don't have large number of days to squander resources on the planet Earth. We have to be very, very cautious with our lifestyle. Caring for today's children and unborn posterity is really, really important, friends. So sustainability is, of course, nothing new. It's as old as humanity. Squandering is a peril of the modernity or urban vanity. If I say about sustainability, you might think, okay, these are university professors, academicians' favorite term, sustainability. No. And more interestingly, academicians, university professors are not sustainable. Some tribes like these Amazonian tribes, they might have never ever seen in their life what a plastic is. Zero plastic, and they don't even waste anything. They everything 100% reusing. Organic is all about their life, right? They are the role models of a sustainable lifestyle, friends. And for that, you don't have to go all the way to Amazon or here in India as well. If you ever been to Andaman and Nicobar Island, we have one island called North Sentinel, and of course, no one can go there. And one anthropologist, the British anthropologist, able to go there, and he was killed. These are uncontacted tribes, not Sentinelese people. And I have a tremendous respect for these tribes because their lifestyle is 100% sustainable. The carbon footprint is almost nil. We academicians preach, spend hours and hours teaching what sustainability is, what life cycle assessment is, what carbon footprint is all about, what UN Sustainable Developmental Goals are all about. Not Sentinelese people don't know, but they follow it. That is most important than simple preaching, the armchair philosophical preaching. I never liked it. Go back to my own village. This is a pic from a Naga. Naga is basically a small reserve forest, a part of the Hindu religion. And here, these forests remain untouched for centuries. No one can cut a tree there, because if you cut a tree, the nature will retribute you in form of a snake bite. That is what the legend is. But the legend, look how powerful that legend is. because of that legend, because of that myth propagated by the religion, these forests are, you know, still conserved. So this kind of positive attributes of religion is there, and it's very well applaudable, right? So I have a great respect for this kind of conservation. Apparently tomorrow is the World Conservation Day, the UN Conservation Day, and conservation of the resources are really important, be it natural resources, be it propagated by religion in the form of myth or educated youth. But yes, we have only limited number of days on the planet Earth, you know. So this is the Naga relays a very, very powerful message to conserve our resources. By the way, this kind of Naga or sacred groves you can see only in South India, especially in Kerala, or Northeast India, you know. So Northeast or Kerala are the only place you can see this kind of one. Unfortunately, we really need to spread the message to rest of the India as well. We really need to have this kind of sacred groves rest of the India as well. So of course, I'm an anti-disposable person. I try to minimize a single-use plastic in my entire life. I never use anything. Whenever I, whenever I go for a shopping, I carry my own polythene shopping bags, and even cutleries. When somebody invite me for some event, I carry it. You know, I never use any disposable cutleries. I always carry a portable silicone coffee mug and foldable cutlery, collapsible multi-use plastic bag, especially while traveling and for the events. By the way, friends, plastic is not that a bad thing, but single-use plastic is bad thing. If you can use the same plastic for a large number of times, that is much better than even the cloth bag. You know, there is a term called life cycle assessment. Read about it. I can really speak for hours, but I don't really have time. So that is the thing. So it's not that the plastic is bad and the cloth is better. Not really. And I never use flexboard or vinyl banners in the events that I organize in my university. And I never serve packaged water in PET bottles in events, conferences that I organize. You can also do it. That is why I am for myself, because anybody can do it if I can do it. Instead, I serve water in flask and reusable glass tumblers. That is a lot more sustainable. I'm not 100% anti-plastic. Life cycle assessment is important. That means, in simple term, how long, how many purpose it will serve. For example, this is a shopping bag I got long back in Germany, the Aldi, and it's a very cheap bag. Any kind of plastic bag will work. But this is really, really strong, and I've been using this bag for the last 2 years. And without any problem, have to replace it. Now think, had I been using a cloth bag, how many times I had to replace the cloth bag, right? So then the cloth, of course, it's not that 100% carbon neutral. No, to replace the cloth bag, all the energy and all the carbon, that is burned for the cotton cultivation, everything you have to consider it. And multiple studies have highlighted that cloth tortoise, the cloth shopping bags, last much less, forcing frequent purchases and increasing the overall carbon footprint, friends. And how essential are these items? For example, this is a straw, a steel straw with a steel cleaning brush, or this is basically a toothbrush, toothbrush that you can actually, wooden toothbrush. And this is a wooden shoes. You can see the shoes, right? It's a wooden, old style wooden shoes. Or this is a water bottle with bamboo water bottle. You see that bamboo water bottle. Now, if you see this for the first time, you might think, oh, wow, these are really sustainable lifestyle. Yes, these are the favorites of armchair lazy preachers. They just want to show off that they are really environmental, but no. None of these are really environmentally conscious, because, for example, let us see the straw. Just think about it. Do you really need a straw to drink anything, a juice? I never use a straw. Why? To simply unnecessarily increase the stress in your life. You can simply drink it, right? And this kind of, how long this sort of, the toothbrush lasts. And what's the problem with the current toothbrush? Of course, it's a plastic, but it's not simple use and throw, right? You're going to use it for a few months. Isn't it? The toothbrush, even if you brush 2 times a day like me, it will easily last for a few months. So there is absolutely no point in going for this kind of vanity. Even this is vanity, because this is a wood. It will not last long. If you have a good quality, reusable, for example, this is my favorite water bottle. This is thermosteel. So in the summer, of course, the thermosteel. This I have been using this one for the last 5 years. I didn't have to replace it. So there is no problem with this kind of thing, right? There is these things are some of the vanities of people whom I call it as philosophical armchair preachers. Academicians especially, they have this tendency to speak a lot and show off that they are very environmentally friendly. These are nothing but empty talk. They don't do anything else in their life. They drive a big car all by themselves, live in such a luxurious bungalow, and still they carry this kind of water bottle to show that, oh, well, I'm an environmentally environmentally conscious. So that is exactly what you call it as mere rhetoric. That rhetoric I'm not at all interested in. And this is another invention, so-called by one university. They invented some kind of a mask with algae in it, and they call it a sustainable mask. It's a foolish concept. No, it is completely you see that this is all plastic, and the algae is not instantaneous photosynthesis. This is simply cheating. You charge for thousands of rupees for one mask, and just a use and throw mask. It's not practical solution, friends. It's just like cheating, pure daylight cheating. Or this, I have a personally, I don't go to gym, and I feel that there is no point in going for gym. For example, the persons who go to gym, well, I don't want to generalize, but still, this is what that is the reality of the life is. They drive to their workplace, they commute by big car, all by themselves, and then in the evening they hit an air-conditioned gym and they ride in this kind of stationary bike, thinking that it's a sustainable solution. No, friends, no. Instead, why you want to ride it? Why don't you ride a simple cycle itself and go to the universe like I do? Commute by cycle. You can save a lot of time, energy, money, and even health. That is a lot more healthier choice. And people who always go on the top floor by elevator daily while commuting to their workplace, they take the lift, and they never use stairs. And in the gym in the evening, when they hit, or on the weekend in an air-conditioned gym, they use this kind of machine, funny machine. It's a ludicrous. It's total nonsense, I can say. It's a stair climber machine. Why do you want to use this kind of machine? Why don't you simply use a stairs instead of elevator? Or, they don't run in the park, nothing. And when evening comes, they go to an air-conditioned gym, and then they run in this treadmill. It's a foolish, it's a nonsense for me. Instead, run it. I run for every other 2 days, 3 times a week I run. In my normal run amidst the scene. It's a lot of happiness. It's not that this kind of thing is sustainable. It's a lot of carbon footprint. A lot. I like to work, friends. Every day I go in the university, and I also bike to around December. I go different places. Last vacation in December, I was in Odisha, and I biked in Odisha, all around Odisha for 10 days. This is a pic from the near while approaching this Bhubaneswar, 18 kilometers from there. This is a pic from there. Or when I spend the time in Kerala, basically I'm from a rural Kerala called Korom village, and I travel everywhere in Kerala for my outreach, school outreach especially, and village library speech. I go everywhere by my cycle. It's a lot more carbon neutral, and more than that, it's a lot more healthier and saves a lot of money and resources. For cycling, for example, it covers number 3 and number 13 of UN SDG, good health and well-being, climate action. You're directly contributing for UN SDG if you ride the cycle. Mental health is also, a lot of studies are coming up here. Mental health is better if you ride cycle. Decreased stress levels. better sleep, longevity also. People who ride cycle live longer. There are so many studies. There is a very famous study in India, occupational connection with longevity. Any guesses which occupation is more related to long life? Is it a professor, university professor live longer? No. Is it doctor live longer? No. Then who live longer? The study, very interesting conclusion is that it's postman live longest in India. And do you know why? Because postman, as part of their lifestyle, as part of their job, every day they ride their cycle. So that is really, really an important message. And of course, cycling is a zero emission, low carbon footprint, and going fossil fuel free, clean energy. It's good for the country also, because we import almost 95% of the, or almost 98% of the fossil fuel from the Middle East. It's a huge burden on the exchequers, right? The citizen of India. And cycling, if you go abroad, if you ever lived abroad, you will see that the top people, the institute directors, they come by cycle. Last year, I spent a sabbatical in Germany. Our school, institute director used to come. She's a very young lady, and she had small kids in the nursery, and she used to first bring the kids back to the nursery in her cycle. Then from the nursery, and then nursery back to the institute again. So she go by cycle. So that is really, really a trend totally missing here in India. So in India is the case that cycle is only good for the school, and when you are in +2, slowly transform yourself into scooty or something. And if you are in a college, then get a nice bike, to impress the other sex. And then if you get a job, whatever job it may be, it's time for me to buy a car, isn't it? That mindset, we have to change it. Look at this guy. He is Jacques Dubochet. Jacques Dubochet is a Belgian top scientist, and he's a Nobel Prize winner in 2017, friends. And every day he goes to the university by cycle. Or look at him. He's Ben L. Feringa. He's born in 1951. 2016 Nobel Prize for chemistry. Every single day he goes by cycle to his university. Or look at him, Sir Fraser Stoddart, sir. He has been awarded the knighthood by British royalty. He got 2016 Nobel laureate in chemistry and goes every single day by cycle. He's such an old man, and still he's very fit. And let him live long and long. He's a cyclist, and it's so natural for him to live that long. And here in India, if you become any kind of job, even in a school teacher job, cycle is it's a shame, isn't it? We have to actually go by. There is a stigma, social stigma with cycling. We have to change that mindset, friends. And look at him. He's when I went to Amsterdam, I did see that this palace from outside. It's a very famous palace. This is called Nudendijn Palace. And this palace is, of course, the safest place in Amsterdam. Amsterdam is the capital of the Netherlands, the Holland. And this chap, he's the prime minister of Denmark. Netherlands, sorry. Denmark coming because Denmark is another of my favorite country for cyclists. And the Netherlands or Holland or Dutch or same country. So he's a prime minister called Rutte, and he's locking his cycle in the palace. He came here to visit the king of the Holland, and look, he's locking the cycle. He has to lock his cycle? No, there is no point. There is no need of locking, because this is the safest place in the whole of the Netherlands, and still he is locking. This picture conveys 1,000 words, friends. He's locking because locking is part of his habit. And this shows that he is such, he is a regular cyclist, because he goes every day to the prime minister's office in cycle. That is what the message conveys. And the palace, I told you, this is a Nudendijn Palace. This prime minister went there to meet the king and queen. And they are these people, the king and queen of the Netherlands. Queen Maxima and King Willem-Alexander Klaus George Ferdinand of the Netherlands. They are also both are avid cyclists. and they visited India last year, and even in Rashtrapati Bhavan premises, they were cycling. They were spotted cycling. So, a lot of people do that. So best way to bring SDG at the personal level is to waste less, friends. In my own personal journey, I eat less. I fast every day. I didn't have a single poverty. Why to simply most of my clothes are wrinkle-free, including the clothes that I'm wearing. These are wrinkle-free clothes. It doesn't need any ironing. And instead of iron, I use steam. Steaming has significantly lower carbon footprint than ironing. All bulbs in my house are LED. Of course, many of you might have already been shifted from CFL. It takes a lot of energy. I sleep early and with the sun, minimizing the need of artificial lighting. So go do what our ancestors have been doing for hundreds of years, or rather thousands of years. Go to bed with the sun and rise with the sun. Yes. I say fresh water as much as possible. If you ever on an RO water purifier, you know how much water is being wasted. The reject water of the RO, I use it for cleaning the vegetables and also for gardening. I use a lot of water is coming from the RO reject water. I rarely do drink milk or consume dairy products. I'm a vegetarian and I prefer local food because these are sustainable solutions. The non-vegetarian food, especially the red meat, it is actually the carbon footprint is very, very high. That is the only reason. I'm not saying anything on the religious point of view, but sustainability point of view, non-vegetarian food is not sustainable at all. And, of course, even the milk or the dairy product also is not sustainable because you need a lot of carbon. You have to burn a lot of carbon, and also the methane is being produced by the cattle because they are ruminants. They have this rumen of their intestine. It has a lot of methanogenic bacteria, especially archaebacteria. They live in their cattle intestine, the cow intestine, and they produce a lot of methane. And methane is a greenhouse gas. So having dairy is not a sustainable solution. Do we really need dairy? Again, I made a very interesting video. Please have a look at my YouTube channel also. I produce a lot of videos. To go to my YouTube channel, simply search my name, Felix Bast, and the first link, that is my channel. And yeah, I'm really glad that my channel has got tremendous subscribers, more than 10,000 subscribers, and you're welcome to watch some of my videos. And at kitchen as well, I tend to reduce my waste and I go carbon neutral and sustainability I bring to my kitchen. I never peel my vegetables, for example, carrots, potatoes, and cucumber. It reduces the waste plus, and more importantly, preserve the nutrients, especially vitamins and fibers. Fibers especially are related to the longevity, friends. If you eat a lot of fiber, you live longer. You might know that which country in the world has got the maximum longevity. It is Japan. And sir has introduced me that I did PhD from Kochi University, and that Kochi is not Kerala Kochi. No, that is from Kochi in Shikoku in Japan. I was in Japan for 5 years as a Japanese government scholar. Of course, I speak Japanese also. And the thing I learned so many things from Japan, their lifestyle, how close they are to the nature, and their sustainability, the sustainable choices, and even their eating habit. They never peel anything. And that's really important. We really have to learn something from the Japanese people. Don't peel your veggies, friends. And I steam my vegetables. That saves energy and reduces the carbon footprint and preserve the nutrient instead of boiling. Indian style of cooking is usually pressure cooker that completely degrades almost entire nutrients, except carbohydrates. You won't get anything if you really pressure cook it. Lentils and all, of course, you can do it. But for the vegetables, please never pressure cook it. Instead of even boiling, much better steam, can simply steam it with a normal steamer. And soak the grains in water prior to cooking. It saves a lot of energy and reduces the carbon footprint. For example, if you cook rice, soak for hours prior to cooking, do that. Even the bread, I never purchase bread from the market. I simply bake my own bread, because even plastic wraps of the bread that you buy, what will I do with the plastic wrap? I have to throw it out, isn't it? Even the milk you buy from the local market, the milk comes with the plastic, right? I have released so many videos. Check it out. This plastics contains estrogen analog, friends. And especially for the female, it's really, really bad. It causes infertility. Beware of it. It is causing infertility for Antarctic penguins also. Microplastic. The story is really interesting. So much. I really don't have time for telling everything. Please watch my videos. And of course, baking your own bread is very simple. I learned everything through YouTube, and also a few blogs. So it is actually very simple. You can save enough money, rather than buying a bread in the market is around 30 rupees or 35 rupees. But if you bake your own bread for 35 rupees, you can make so many loaf, and much more importantly, no color or preservative, because I bake it myself. I knead my dough, and then I bake my own bread. So I know it. There is no color or preservative. And even if you buy it from the market, it says no preservative, no brown color is added in brown bread. How can you trust it, right? The companies are very poor reputation of the trustworthy in India. So how can you do that? So it is a transformation for the self-sufficiency, that feeling you get if you eat your own bread that you bake. That is called happiness, friends. Try it out. I buy milk from the milkman. In case I have to have milk, I buy only from the milkman. So the result is no wasting plastic milk covers and no carcinogens and no endocrine disrupting chemicals in my milk. So endocrine disrupting chemicals are structural analogs of endocrine hormones, like estrogens. That is real reason for the problems, a lot of problems, including PCOS. You might know that there is a disease called polycystic ovary disease is associated with EDCs in milk packet. And if you have daughter friends, whoever you are, if you have a daughter, growing up daughter, or a son also, if you have a children at home, never buy the milk in plastic cover. It has EDC. It is well-known fact. But unfortunately, EDCs are not prohibited here in India. It is prohibited in many countries, like in Germany or Japan, it's already prohibited. But in India, EDCs are not prohibited. So please trust my words. Don't buy the milk from the plastic milk cover. Buy it directly from the milkman in a container, a steel container, the so-called burtan. That is much environmentally sustainable and healthy practice. I always carry water bottle with water. The result is that I save a ton of carbon footprint by going free of packed water in PET bottles. As I told you earlier, PET bottles have tremendous carbon footprint because it is sourced in different places. For example, here in Punjab, we get the water bottled in Himachal Pradesh because Himalayas have got very pure, pristine water. They bottle it, and from Himachal Pradesh, the trucks carrying these PET bottles will come all the way to Punjab. How much fossil fuel is burned? I can save everything if I simply, bottle my own water. I simply carry my own water bottle. I pack my lunch to work every single day, friends. I never have eat outside, and I have a better control of the ingredients and feeling self-sufficiency for happiness. Everything is important. It's a zero-sum game. No one is loser here. I feel happy that I cook my own meals. I'm self-sufficient man. And of course I eat healthy. I eat a lot of salad every day, every meal. And if I eat in my canteen, I cannot insist on having a lot of salad. I use microfiber cloth to clean my household utensils, appliances, furniture, etc. with plain water. Microfiber cloths are amazing, friends. They are magical and it's very cheap. It works by physical phenomena. In physics, in school physics, you might have heard of Van der Waals forces. So microfiber cloth work on Van der Waals forces. So the result is that I don't have to use any synthetic chemical spray, which are bad for the environment after all. And also let me reduce my plastic waste, for example, Colin or Brisk. These are all plastic. I just have to use and throw it in the dustbin. It will all go to the ocean, and in ocean it turns into microplastics. And microplastics ends up in Antarctic penguins, causing their, not just in penguin, but all of the higher trophic levels it can jump the trophic level, biomagnification happens, and severely constricting the population because of the EDC. It is infertile. The plastics are infertile. Plastic causes infertility because of the EDC. Though I love to travel, I have decided to travel less. Traveling, especially air traveling, has very high carbon footprint. Instead, I travel for far-flung places through the books. Read books. Books can transport you to faraway places. Even Cosmo, intergalactic trip, you can take it if you read some of the very interesting, H2G2, for example, Hitchhiker's Guide to Galaxy. So you can take some of these books, or Cosmos by Carl Sagan. You can read those books, fantastic books. There are so many books that will take you to unknown places. I also travel to great museums, art galleries, and architectural marvels through virtually. There is a huge trend in COVID-19 situation that there is a huge transformation to virtual reality travel and tourism. You can travel by virtual reality. Now coming to my bathroom, I use normal bar of soap for taking bath, no fancy shower gels or shampoo. This let me reduce the plastic container and reject waste as well. Again, there is actually a misconception that the shower gels are really good. It has got something called aqua. Do you know what an aqua is all about? Aqua is water. If you buy a shower gel, 99% is simple water. You are paying exorbitant money for water. The companies are making you a fool, simple fool. Even the shampoo, there is no scientific report that shampoo is needed for a human, well-being of our human hair. You don't really have to. I take a fast shower, just 3 minutes long, to save as much water as possible. Shower releases 7 liters of water per minute. Of course, you can audit it in your own shower. 7 liters in my shower. You can check out. And how much 3 minutes will say give me? It's 21 liter. Indian style bucket and mug bathing is around 25 liter. It's still better. 25 liter is better. And if you constrain the shower to 3 minutes, it's still better. Shower is better than a bucket wash. And the bucket bathing is still better than the long shower or tub bath. Tub bath, friends, it is simple luxury. It's not at all a sustainable solution at all. And I use a bidet, not tissue paper in toilet. I don't use tissue paper. Again, tissue paper is not a sustainable solution at all. For tissue paper, how much trees you need to fell down to make the cellulose, and even if it's a recycled tissue, so still, this is not a sustainable solution. So bidet is a lot more sustainable solution. For recycling concerned, I recycle the plastic containers as gardening pots and flower waste. And I donate my old clothes to the needy, and I sell my old or unused stuff online. Of course, you can sell it so that other people can buy it in a refurbished stage at a much cheaper, thing. For example, OLX, you can use that thing. So instead of simply buying and simply throwing out in your trash bin, just sell it. And I use a rechargeable cells instead of the disposable ones. Again, the life cycle assessment better normal cell. I use biodegradable cycling water bottle and garbage bags. I use solar powered wristwatch, the G-Shock, which I've been using for many years now, and it doesn't need anything. Maybe the watch is going to last more than my own life. I might die young. Die fast rather. I don't want to die young. But I might die fast rather than my watch, because watch is forever. You really don't need it. There is no battery in it. You just need a exposure to sun, which is anyway doing me good because I get vitamin D shot. And I use reusable cloth and microfiber face mask instead of disposable mask. Again, I ran many videos in my YouTube channel on how to make a microfiber face mask. Of course, it's simple. Buy a mask or make your own face mask with cotton with a pocket. In that pocket, you insert a microfiber cloth. Microfiber cloth, the port size is in nanometers. It can effectively trap the virus particles. It's as good as N95 mask, which is very expensive. If you simply use a cotton mask, of course, it's better than doing nothing at all. But if you put a microfiber insert, friends, your cotton mask is going to be like an industry standard, believe me, and you can reuse it many times. And I organize virtual conferences and webinar instead of physical meeting these days, of course. And it helps me tremendously to reduce the overall carbon footprint. For example, recently I organized 4 webinar: Tangle Bank, Blue Planet, Zero Waste, and finally, Science Leadership Workshop, in which your own madam, Dr. Anuradha, she's organizing here. She is also a member, a participant of our Science Leadership Workshop. Do you know how many participants came? 20,205 registered participants. It has been world's largest science event. Now consider, had the Science Leadership Workshop been organized in a physical manner, how much carbon I would have squandered. For international trip also, for many foreign speakers were there, and for their travel, and domestic delegates also, for their travel, how much carbon would have been. So I saved a lot of things. Again, it's as per the 12 and 13 of the UN Sustainable Developmental Goal. And very, very important, not many people are talking about this, I vote for the politics that protect our environment. So I always exercise my franchise very carefully. I read out manifestos of the election promises that the parties make, and I look for environment related promises. I also look at their past action. Did they really did good for the environment or not? I have no political affiliation, friends. I vote whoever takes good care of the environment. I don't vote the parties who squander their resources. So look carefully their election manifestos and vote for the party that does not good for our environment. That's a very good way for such a big democracy like India. Everybody has to, if everybody does the same way like I do, then we are going to have a green loving, sustainability loving, sustainability taking action, the politicians taking action on UN Sustainable Developmental Goals. So it's also equal to self-sufficiency or self-reliance, without buying the things needlessly from the market. For example, instead of buying bread, I bake my own bread. Instead of buying the vegetables, I have my own garden. That I get my organic vegetables. So this is called self-sustainability or self-reliance. So that is the same thing as Sustainable Development Goal says, and that increases your self-respect and happiness, friends, and also increases the mindfulness. So it's a meditation. Eating a carrot or eating a cucumber that you made by your own energy, it will give you such a satisfaction. No money can buy that. And it's also financial independence. You're not really dependent on someone else for this. It's a healthy and fit lifestyle. And low carbon footprint. The carbon footprint of all these are extremely low, And this is a very famous quote by Gaius Musonius Rufus, again a Roman Stoic philosopher. And his quote is that if you accomplish something good with hard work, the labor passes quickly, but the good endures. On the other hand, if you do something shameful in pursuit of pleasure, the pleasure passes quickly, but the shame endures. See, that's all about the meditation, so how sustainable you're living. So that is what the discipline takes courage and effort, but it's really worth, friends. So my ultimate sustainability is the donation of body parts. I'm a frequent blood donor. So there is a very famous statement which I always love. You don't have to be a doctor to save lives. You can save lives if you donate your own blood. I celebrate my birthdays by donating 2 units of blood to the government blood bank. Every year I do that. Even this year I donated my blood and plasma. I also regularly donate my plasma as well. Many studies suggest that regular blood donors live longer. So this is a secret of living longer. Donate your blood. I also signed up for a complete organ donor by Noto. Noto card is a free card. It's a very simple online form. You can fill up an online form, and it's a Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India card. And the card is an organ donor card, So I have signed up to donate my whole body for teaching and research post-death also. Not only my organ, of course, organs can be harvested, it depends on the state of my body post death, but after my death, no burial or no cremation. What I'm going to do, well, not me, but whoever has in possession of my body, I have signed up to donate my body for the research and also for teaching for medical students. So this is or forensic research. In this way I live, I continue to be a teacher and a researcher post death. That is a sustainability. So sustainable alternative to cremation also, the world is speaking, and why not us? We should also speak about it. In many of the Western countries, especially in the Germany and the Nordic countries like Sweden, Denmark, Finland, and Iceland, Norway, burial at the sea is getting popular. 7 things you might not know. It's a very interesting article published on BBC. And the cot is the burial in the sea is basically you're simply putting the dead body into the sea, so the shark and other animals can eat it. It's a sustainable solution rather than simple cremation, friends. This is a cot. It's a very old cot in 1884 in St. Andrews. George Bruce said, "The sea is the largest cemetery, and slumbers sleep without a monument. All other graveyards show symbols of distinction between great and small, rich and poor. But in the ocean cemetery, the king, the clown, the prince, and the peasant are alike, undistinguishable." In one sense, death is a great equalizer. That is our ultimate goal, isn't it? We all go there. So the easiest way to bring SDG to your personal life is think of death. Think of today's children and unborn posterity, friends, because resources are precious and we have no power to squander our resources. We don't really have, it's a vanity. It's a foolishness that we do, thinking that we can live forever. So death is what it gives a life meaning. That is exactly memento mori is all about. To know that your days are numbered and your time is short. You don't have a lot of time to live on earth. So think that only today is the last day, then how will you live? So then you have to actually think of your priorities. Oscar Wilde's favorite quote is that to live is the rarest thing in the world. Most people exist. That's all. They simply merely exist like a dead man walking. They don't really live their life. Sustainable development goal. That is exactly what I'm saying again and again, to prioritize. Change your prioritization. I'm ending this with once again a flashback to the same slide which I used, pyramid of prioritization. No place for caste or religion, because this is a foolish thing. On the top of it is your nationalism. Ultimately, we are Indians. So love for country is there definitely, but above nationalism should be your humanism, spirit for other human beings on the planet Earth, and about humanism, because human being is an anthropocentric concept. It's actually a bias. It's a cognitive bias. We are not the center of the universe. We are just one space. Environmentalism is very important, friends. So I'm saying this again. Be a creature on the earth while a citizen of the world. So be a creature on the earth means be an animal on the earth, while a citizen of the world means the world as your playing ground. That is exactly what the Veda is also saying, right? Vasuntara Kudumbakam, right? So that is exactly our own concept is also saying. So we have to actually adopt that, right? That mindset that the environmentalism is more important than anything else. Even nationalism or even the religion has no importance coming to the environmentalism. Thank you so much for everybody. Thank you, sir, Professor R.K. Srivastava for chairing the session, as well as Dr. Anuradha for all the listeners who are watching this show. And you're welcome for a couple of questions.
Yes, sir. There's a question. There's a question from Shivani Pathak. She wishes to know the pros and cons of the Sustainable Development Goals.
what is actually cons of sustainable development? That question itself is highly academic. First of all, if you ask me, this pros and cons is like a question coming in your, your university exam, maybe. It can go on and on for hours, but that is not the solution. My style is not really about academic preaching, but how to bring it to your life. That is more important. And if you really ask me, what is the cons of UN Sustainable Development Goals? I don't know. I don't think any cons is there. Alleviating poverty. What is actually the problem with alleviating poverty? Okay, let us imagine a world without poverty. What is the problem in such a world? I don't think any problem is there. You know, clean energy, for example. Right now we are using fossil fuel and we are polluting our air. Right, air pollution is the #1 cause of death, friends. And India is really, we have to do a lot of good things on that line, you know, because our cities, especially Lucknow or New Delhi, are highly polluted. You know, world's #1 is now Lucknow and Delhi. And what if we adopt the UN Sustainable Development Goal of clean energy? And what is the con of that? No con. It's only pros, only advantage. There is no disadvantage. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Achila Srivastav wishes to ask a question. Achila ma'am, kindly unmute yourself. Sorry, Deepa ma'am, kindly unmute yourself. Deepa ma'am, Dr. Deepa Srivastav has a question.
Yeah, hello.
Yes, you are audible. Ask your question. Yes, you are audible.
Yes.
Yeah, I just want to ask that as sir has said, we should take milk from milkmen, but I think we cannot trust them because in India, it is very difficult to trust these milkmen because they use oxytocin injection to get more milk. And if we trust them, they will give them that type of milk only. How can we trust them? What can we do?
Yes, Dr. Deba, see, first of all, there is a concept in psychology called herd thinking, or mass think or group think. All these terms are related. So the group think means that we are doing something because others are doing. For example, I'm drinking milk because, well, my family has been drinking milk for many years, and my parents were milk drinkers, and my neighbors also drink milk. So, well, let us also drink milk. Friends, Dr. Deepa and others, whoever is watching, milk is a new thing in our human evolution. For thousands of years, we were not at all drinking milk. And even in Japan, if you ever go to Japan, I lived there for 5 years, I know that. And Japanese live longest in the world. Their average life expectancy is 88 years, average Japanese live. Do they drink milk? Very, very less. I haven't seen anyone drinking milk in Japan. And are they facing a lot of bone issue? Everybody say milk is important because of bone, the calcium you get, protein you get. No, they are not dying young, or they're having a fracture rate is higher than the rest of the world. So my point here is that think first, is really milk necessary or not? So according to me, milk is not essential for a healthy human being, healthy lifestyle. Milk has more harm. It does more harm than good because it contains a lot of cholesterol, and it is not a sustainable solution also. And much more than that, safety concerns that you are saying, Dr. Deep, I agree with you about the hormonal injection. But I tend to think that the small scale farmers, they don't use it because these injections are not that cheap. These are expensive. No. Oxytocin, if you ever use oxytocin, these are not really cheap. And more than that, if a small scale farm, the milkman can use oxytocin, how can you trust big industries like Amul or whatever the industry? Milma is a famous industry in Kerala, or Mother Dairy, Nestle. These, can they use the hormones? Of course they can use. But more importantly, the oxytocin or
Sir, kindly unmute yourself. Felix sir, kindly unmute yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was talking for a long time.
No, just a minute ago you got muted. It's okay, sir. So we can hear you.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay, so I was saying about this one, more importantly than oxytocin or progesterone. These are the growth hormone, very common in milk. Much more importantly is EDC. EDCs are real problem, because these are called endocrine disrupting chemical, and especially the estrogen analog, the female reproductive hormone estrogen, the analog EDC is, what that does is that it actually elicits the same reaction what estrogen does to your body. So ultimately it actually changes your period, the cycle, menstrual cycle, plus the infertility, and also PCOS, polycystic ovary disease, is very common in North India, because North Indians drink a lot more milk, and much more than that, the milk we almost everybody drink is from the milkman, the plastic cover milk, not the milkman milk. So in summary, my point is that if a milkman can use progesterone and oxytocin for their cow, then how can you trust big industry like Nestle or Amul or Milma or EDDP or all this big mother dairy? They can also do the same thing, right? I would expect more that these big companies use that expensive progesterone injection rather than small scale milkman or milkwoman. Maybe they also adulterate. Milk adulteration is very common. What they do is that they mix with water. That's okay. Water is no problem at all. But the main problem is with the plastic. From the milk you put inside the plastic, you bring back home, the plastic, the EDCs get mixed with that. I have lived in 23 countries, friends. Not a single country, even the developing country like South Africa, you won't get milk in milk packet there. You get in proper cartons or in a steel bottles. Of course, there are vending machine in Delhi. I'm really happy to see that many years back, the Mother Dairy has introduced the concept of vending machine. You can take your own steel burden. You can go to a vending machine, put a coin, and you get the milk in your burden. So that concept is really picking up. At least in Delhi, it is there. But unfortunately, not in many other places. In Punjab, I haven't seen that kind of vending machine. Neither in Allahabad, I think, right? Do you have this kind of machines there?
No, sir.
No, sir. No.
Yeah. So yeah, these machines, I think we have to actually insist for it. I have contacted the milk company here. So our local milk company is called Verka. I contacted them to introduce this thing, but they are not ready for it because they need substantial initial investment. So I think the government has to subsidize it. So there is one option for bringing this milk vending machines home. Yes. Another question?
Yes, sir. So the next question is from Professor Francis Barla. Professor Barla, kindly unmute yourself and you can yourself put up the question to sir. Professor Francis Barla. I think. So the next question, I think Professor Barla is not connected right now. It's Mr. Hitesh Das who wishes to put up a question. Hitesh Das, kindly unmute yourself.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, you can put up your question to sir.
So that means I asked you, sir, that how the EDC incorporated polymers can be incinerized.
How? Again, once again? Incinerized.
That means in polymeric materials, basically scientists are using the EDC, in the endocrine disruptive chemicals. So after using these polymers, the endocrine disrupting chemicals are releasing to the environment. How do you control that type of situation?
Yeah. Oh, okay. That is actually your question is a philosophical question. There is something. There is a concept called via negativa. So that approach has been used by, again, Stoic philosophers long 2000 years back. They were saying via negativa approach. Many of the problems in our life, can be we can actually make a huge progress by removal rather than addition. Instead of thinking about this enzyme disrupting chemical, how to safely dispose, we should think why we need to produce them in the first go, you know? So rather than producing them, why we are actually, yeah, that has to be our first point here. For example, you know, I buy Scotch whiskey, I drink every day, and I smoke cigarette. No problem. If you ask me, okay, is it a problem? I will always say, well, I have a medical insurance and I have a lot of money in my bank so that I can get a treatment later. And then when I get older, I die young, you know. So that approach is wrong. That is what many people does it, you know. Instead of that, our first question is that, well, why you need to drink a Scotch whiskey? Or why you need to drink Desi Daru, whatever it is. I don't drink, I don't smoke also. Because these are vices, simply bringing problem to your life. So if you can make a very good resolution for your next year, just simple thing. If you smoke, quit smoking. If you drink, quit drinking. That alone can bring a lot of progress to your life, lot of positivity to your life. Same thing, my answer goes EDC. For example, BPA is a very famous EDC, bisphenol A. That's an endocrine disrupting chemical. Bisphenol A has been banned in many of the countries, Scandinavian countries like Sweden, Denmark, Norway, Finland, Iceland, even UK, US, Canada, Germany also banned, you know, Japan has been banned it for a long time. And it's not the rich countries, even poor countries are banned. You know, for example, Thailand or Taiwan, you know, South Africa has banned it. Some of the poor countries also banned bisphenol A, you know. And how about India? No. Unfortunately, bisphenol A is not banned in India. And bisphenol A is an estrogen analog. And why the government cannot ban the BPA? I say that I support. My vote will go to whichever political party that promises BPA will be banned in India. And what banning does to those countries, rich or poor country, they are making alternative. They of course, the plastic is available in Germany also. But if you buy a plastic from Germany, the German plastic do not contain BPA. That is their promise. You know, because people know it. BPA is a cancer-causing chemical and also it's an EDC, enzyme endocrine disrupting chemical. You know, it causes hormonal imbalance. So banning BPA, what is the problem? If you ban the BPA, because BPA is a cheap plastic. So industries want to make it cheap. They want to become rich in that way, you know. So if you ban the BPA, they have to actually struggle harder to get a quality plastic. Like, for example, some of the expensive plastic. One company could be, you know, Tupperware. You might have heard of. So Tupperware plastics promises that the plastic do not contain BPA because it takes money to bring that kind of quality thing. I'm not sure that Tupperware, whatever the promise that they're making is really true or fake. I have no idea. They might be cheating also. I don't know. But I hardly use any plastic in my life.
Pardon me, sir.
Regarding
incineration, what best possible method will be?
So why incineration? Again, see, plastic should never be incinerated. Okay. So incineration of plastic will lead to dioxin, and dioxin is a dangerous carcinogen. You know, so the only option for plastic, how to degrade the plastic, then the only option is most of the plastic end up in the ocean, and in ocean they naturally they degrade. Photic degradation happens, and that will take years, I would say hundreds of years, and slowly the plastic will degrade into microplastic, and microplastic gets into the system. So overall, this use and throw plastics are not at all good. So your Hitesh question is about incineration. Never do incineration. Never attempt to incinerate these plastics because it produces a dioxin. So as of now, recycling is one of the options. And for recycling, world's paradise for recycle is a country called Sweden. Because Sweden, the recycling efficiency is the best in the whole world. Even in Sweden, reality is that only 1% of plastics get recycled. Look at that. Sorry state of affairs. So we might think, okay, plastic is okay. I can use it and I can recycle it. You know, the government recycles it. No, the reality is that simply plastic ends up in the in the landfill. You might know big landfill near the big cities, right? So these landfills are really dirty and extremely smelly areas, right? And those landfill, what they're doing, they're simply putting them inside the soil. It will not really degrade, it will just stay there for years and years. Yeah, thanks, Hitesh. Any other question?
No, sir. Sir, we will now proceed with the concluding remarks by the chairperson. So I request Professor R.K. Srivastava, sir, to kindly give the concluding remarks for the session.
Sir, kindly unmute yourself. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir. You are audible now.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Bast, for giving a very enlightening, exhaustive, and useful lecture. It was very informative and interesting also. Dr. Felix very well explained how to lead sustainable life. With very small steps, we can do it in our home, individually we can do it. He said we must care for our planet, that because we have only one planet to live, and therefore it must be taken care of. He also talked about how to reduce our carbon footprints. Single-use plastics, as very well explained, must be avoided at all cases. He advocated the use of bicycle as far as possible, because bicycle has so many advantages for us, and for this, mindset of the people should be changed. I must appreciate the commendable work he's doing of donating the blood and plasma very regularly for the needy persons. And I must also congratulate Dr. Felix for doing a great effort for sustainable environment, and also for having almost all environmental friendly habits he's having, and saving the carbon footprint. So I thank Dr. Bast for your very informative lecture. And with the permission of the host, some remarks I would like to add here. The environmental sustainability is becoming an important ongoing challenge, as people around the world show an increasing concern about how we can meet the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their needs. To achieve sustainability, we must not only attempt to reconcile growing concerns about a full spectrum of environmental issues with socioeconomic issues and societal quality of life issues, we must also achieve a substantial shift in the values, attitudes, and behaviors, so that pro-environmental behavior are sustained and becomes a part of people's lifestyle. The current environmental situation has made many people realize that sustainable development needs to be a central goal of society, even though the achievement of this goal is extremely difficult and complex, as it is intertwined with competing socioeconomic and well-being goals. In order to make progress towards sustainable development, the central target is the motivation of the individual people, as rightly said by Dr. Felix, whether they are citizens, heads of industries, or leaders of the government, and most importantly, promoting pro-environmental motivation and behavior. When a person is well integrated pro-environmental, then socioeconomic and well-being goals work in harmony rather than competing with each other. Governments and organizations are doing a lot at national and international levels, but what is our individual contribution? What we can do for sustainable development? This we have to think very seriously. As Dr. Felix has mentioned, probably these are to be following ways to live more sustainably in a summarized way. Number one, think twice before shopping. Whatever we shop, we must think, then do it. Then second is make sure your big purchase having big environmental benefits. Then go plastic free, or at least avoid single-use plastics. And boycott products that endanger wildlife. Pay attention to the labels, that it should be our effort should be, it should be organic food and organic in nature. Be water wise, that is wise use of water, less consumption as well as less waste. Drive less, drive green. Green your home with LEDs, less consumption of energy. Then choose wild energy, that is solar energy must be used. take extension of your plate that is less meat product and less food wastage. Choose to have a smaller family and use your voice and vote as said by the Felix in the last. That is environmental friendly persons and organization should be given chance. The desired result will be a state of society where living conditions and resources are used to continue to meet human needs without undermining the integrity and stability of the natural systems. And at the last, I would like to place on record my gratitude toward the SS Khanna Government Girls PG College, Prayagraj, especially Professor Lalima Singh, Honorable Principal of the college, and the conveners, Dr. Jyoti Bajal and Dr. Anuradha, for giving me an opportunity to be present here as chairperson in the second session of this second day. I really feel honored to become a part of this 5-day international e-conference organized by your prestigious and renowned institute. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for giving your valuable insight on the theme. And thank you, Felix, sir, for accepting my request as a speaker of this technical session. I have joined your science leadership workshop, and after that, I subscribed your channel. Thank you, sir. Once again, your personal experience are very motivational, thought-provoking, and widened our perspective. How one can adopt sustainable lifestyle. It will be a great pleasure for us to listen to you again in our future events. Now, may I invite to Dr. Jyoti Bajal to proceed further.
Thank you, Anuradha. It's time to bid adieu. Before that, I will extend the vote of thanks to our chairperson and the invited speaker. I extend my gratitude to the chairperson, Professor R.K. Srivastava, for being with us to do the honors. Your presence, sir, your presence has certainly augmented the morale of the participants and the young organizing team as well. Dr. Felix Bast, I extend my thanks to you, sir, for delivering such an illuminating talk. Your pedagogy is worth emulation. And I must say, I'm also humbled by your gesture to accept a modification in time schedule at a very short notice. Sir, we would love to stay connected with you. Thank you, sir, for sparing your valuable time and with us. I would also extend my thanks to all the participants and the guests who had joined us and will continue to remain with us in the next session. I would also extend my thanks to our principal ma'am for keeping our motivation high and going along with this event. And I also thank all the members of the organizing team for this wonderful session. I would now request all the participants and our guests to kindly mute themselves but switch on their videos for a group photograph. Thank you, everyone. And thank you, sir. Now we come to the end of this session and we move on to the next session in which we have paper presentation. Felix, sir, we would request if you would stay with us. So you'll be with us for the next session to hear the presentation, sir. I wish to have your consent, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So, Anuradha, I request you to begin with the next technical session.
Yes, sir. The next technical session is oral presentation. Now I would like to request Dr. Sorry, 1 minute. Yes, Dr. Preeti Singh for further proceeding. Ma'am, kindly unmute yourself. Kindly unmute yourself, ma'am.
Good evening to all of you. It is my great pleasure and honor to welcome you all at the technical session of the International E-Conference on the topic Health and Environmental Sustainability. I, Dr. Preeti Singh, on behalf of the entire SS Khanna Girls Degree College, Prayagraj, cordially welcome our chairperson, Dr. Asa Seth, our principal, Professor Lalma Singh, and the resource persons, Dr. Archana Pandey, associate professor from the Department of Chemistry, CMP Degree College, Prayagraj, and Dr. Sarita Shrivastava, associate professor from the Department of Botany, CMP Degree College, Prayagraj. I also welcome the participants who have joined this technical session. Now, I would like to inform you all the rules and regulations of this session. The organizing committee has resolved that in all technical sessions, the participant presentation will be in oral mode only. All the poster presentations will be considered as oral presentation. Two separate categories have been created for the faculty members and research scholars each for the oral presentation. The best one from both the categories will be selected for the award. The maximum duration for presentation is 8 minutes, that is 5 minutes for presentation and 3 minutes for discussion. Our resource persons will be evaluating the presentations during the session. The evaluation of the paper presentation will be done on two parameters. First one, the organization and quality of the content, and second, the delivery of the content. Due to variation in the time zone of different countries, the international paper presenters have submitted their recorded presentation through MP4 video and YouTube link in prescribed format. I wish all the best to all the participants, and now I invite Dr. Anuradha Singh to proceed the session further. Dr. Anuradha, kindly join us.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
We have divided this session into 2 days. First, today 27, and next is 29. And in 29th, we have some international speakers also, but their request, they have joined us in here. So, as the Atithi Devo Bhav, तो सबसे पहले हम इंटरनेशनल स्पीकर्स को पहले कंसीडर करते हैं. Okay, so now I would like to invite, share the screen. Dr. Fauji Bukhajani, Assistant Professor of Dentofacial Orthopedics, Faculty of Medicine of Ouargla, Algeria. I request to Dr. Fauji, are you there? Yes. Dr. Fauji? Okay. He is not with us. Now next is...
Not with us, ma'am. He is not with us.
Okay.
Tell me next participant.
Yes, ma'am.
As I can unmute him.
Next speaker is Dr. Milani, Assistant Professor of Physical and Rehabilitation Medicine, University of Ouargla, Algeria. Are you here?
No, ma'am, he is also not here. Dr. Milan is not here.
Okay, okay. Now next is So we start with Dr. Sunil Kumar Ghosh.
Yes, kindly unmute yourself, Dr. Sunil. Kindly unmute yourself.
Dr. Sunil.
Dr. Sunil, kindly unmute yourself. Yes, yes. You are audible now.
I am Dr. Sunil Kumar Ghosh. Hello. Hello.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I am Dr. Sunil Kumar Ghosh.
Ji.
Want to start my presentation?
Ji. Kindly proceed.
Yeah. Okay. I am Dr. Sunil Kumar Ghosh. I desire to present my paper. First, I welcome everybody and thank you for chairman. Population of ladybird beetle on vegetable crop and pesticide for biodiversity conservation. Ladybird beetle is a predator which are very useful organisms. They remain in the agricultural field and feed on small sized insect pests and save our agricultural crops. This is called one type of natural support.
Sir, time देखिएगा. Hello.
I think he is disconnected, ma'am.
Okay.
No.
So
He is here. He is unmuted. Unmute.
Hello.
Sunil.
Okay. Now I am starting my speaking. Hello. Hello.
yes, sir. Continue. We are listening.
Okay. These are the ladybird beetle. Ladybird beetle are very useful for conserving our biodiversity. These ladybird beetles are used to feed on insect pest of our agricultural field. So they, due to the use of chemical pesticides, these organisms and withdraw this natural suppression, and pesticides are too much harmful for the environment and they are harmful for our health. So need to conserve this type of ladybird beetle which causes natural suppression of the insect pest, and these pests are useful for production of the different crops, like particularly they are very interested in vegetable crops. The main objective of my study is formulation of seasonal incidence of ladybird.
Hello.
Kindly unmute yourself, sir.
Okay. Now I am starting again the presentation in several times in different ways. Problem. Formulation of seasonal of ladybird on vegetable crops, particularly speak on harmful insect and make natural control. Effect of insecticide, both chemical and biopesticides on ladybird beetle at field level. to formulate the way how we can set our biodiversity eco.
I think there is some network or connectivity issue with him. Hello? Hello?
Unmute yourself again. Again, unmute yourself. Sunil Kumar, sir, unmute yourself. Unmute yourself, sir.
Hello, and sorry because here is lightning, so our problem is going on. Hello. Yes, আপনার চলছে। আসলে option, তাই তো?
Hello?
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Continue.
The network.
He muted himself.
I'm suffering network problem. অসুবিধা নেই, ভালো তাতে কি আছে, ঠিক আছে।
Yes, sir. अच्छा सर, हम देख रहे हैं निशी मैम के हाथ में कंट्रोल है। Hello? Sir, your time is over now. Now we start our next
I am
present.
making good biopesticides can be used in field application. Save to save biodiversity, save all.
क्या वो बार बार अपने को म्यूट कर ले रहा है। हाँ मैम, हमने को होस्ट भी बनाया कि अपने को म्यूट कर लेंगे।
The next presentation is Ms. M. Imran Ghani and Aisha Dev. I request to.
Hello.
Hello.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes.
Do I need to switch on the camera or is it okay like that?
As you wish.
Okay, so I better start the video. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Aisha Dev and I am a scholar from the Department of Geography, Kashmir University. The topic of my presentation is post-COVID impacts on environment and it is a brief review. So as we all know, COVID-19 is a new virus linked to the family of viruses as severe acute respiratory syndrome as discussed today in the morning session and some types of common cold. So novel coronavirus has become a global health problem. It was declared as public health emergency by WHO on March 12, 2020. So in late December 2019, an outbreak of an emerging disease COVID-19 due to novel coronaviruses started in Wuhan, China and rapidly spread in China. So I'll talk about my methods and materials. So the study is completely based on the secondary sources. For this purpose, electronic databases were used, Science Direct, Web of Sciences, JSTOR, and other online sources. So round about 25 articles and research papers were selected for the analysis. So impact of COVID-19 on environment. So let us talk about the brighter picture first. Positive impacts. So the first positive impact is the air pollution, the reduction in air pollution. We all know that air quality is essential for people's health. 91% of people live in places where poor air quality exceeds the permissible limits. So according to WHO, 4.6 million individuals die annually and diseases and illness directly related to poor air quality. So immediate steps taken worldwide to contain the virus was a countrywide lockdown. So the imposition of quarantine measures caused people to stay at home. With this, private and public transportation decreased significantly. Commercial activity stopped. All these changes caused drastic decrease in NO2 and concentration of particulate matter. The results show that there is a significant association between contingency measures and improvement in air quality, clean beaches and environmental noise pollution. Chen et al. Mentioned in his research that due to COVID-19, the air quality improvements generated human health benefits that outnumbered confirmed COVID-19 deaths in China. Quarantine measures also led to the reduction of noise pollution, especially in the urban areas. As stated by Zambrano et al., the main source of discomfort to pollution and environment causing health problems and altering natural conditions of ecosystem is noise pollution. So let us talk of the negative impacts. We all know what negative impacts are when we talk of physical measures. Now let us talk of the negative impacts on the environment. Generation of organic and inorganic waste is indirectly accompanied by a wide range of environmental issues. For example, medical waste is on the rise. Hospitals in Wuhan produced an average 240 metric tons of medical waste per day during the outbreak as compared to the previous average of fewer than 50 tons. In other countries such as USA, there has been an increase in garbage from personal protective equipment, such as masks and gloves. Quarantine measures have led consumers to increase their demand for online shopping. Consequently, organic waste generated by households has increased. Also, food purchased online is shipped, packed, so inorganic waste has to increase. Due to the pandemic, countries like USA have stopped recycling programs in some of their cities. In European countries, waste management has been restricted. For example, Italy has prohibited infected residents from sorting their waste. Industries have seized the opportunity to repeal disposable bag bans, even though single plastic bag can still harbor viruses and bacteria. China has asked water waste treatment plants to strengthen their disinfection routines, mainly through chlorine, to prevent the virus from spreading to the wastewater. However, there is no evidence on the survival of the virus in the drinking water or wastewater. So let me conclude my paper. As discussed, impacts are both positive as well as negative. Earth is healing, but on the other hand, there are problems regarding management of organic waste. Quality of air is improving and there is a reduction in noise pollution. Chen and Bloom said in his research paper, there is a reduction in deaths due to the reduction in air pollution, and this reduction itself could have a positive benefit in reducing and preventing non-communicable diseases. COVID-19 made us think how natural environment is important to us. Environment is cleansing through COVID-19, but it is not a sustainable way to heal it. It is expected that when the world comes out from this pandemic, everything will return in short time span. World economic activities are expected to return also. So in order to make our activities sustainable, we have to think of some permanent steps so that our environment is saved. These are just temporary things, all because of the COVID, but we have to be sustainable in our approach. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for such a nice presentation.
Thank you.
Now next is Dr. Richa Srivastava, Assistant Professor, Department of Applied Chemistry, Delhi Technical University, Delhi. Dr. Richa Srivastava, kindly unmute yourself. I request to Dr. Nishi, kindly assist her. Am I audible?
Mute yourself, Dr.
Actually, I was trying to unmute myself, but it was saying host is not allowing me to unmute. Am I audible right now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Hello, I'm Dr. Richa Srivastava, Assistant Professor, Department of Applied Chemistry,
Unmute yourself.
University. I would like to thank organizers for giving me an opportunity to present my research. The topic of my research is psychoactive substances in health sustainability. Health is a state of total well-being, physical, mental, and social, helping us both survive and thrive in our everyday lives. It is necessary for the survival and success of individuals and communities. It is therefore less about preventing disease. Am I audible now?
Yes, ma'am.
It is therefore less about preventing disease rather than about helping us manage our life situations, whatever it may be, adverse or favorable, to reach our full potential. Health promotion encourages people to increase control over their health. But how does it work? Effective health promotion strikes a balance between personal choice and social responsibility, between people and their environment. The inborn desire in human to get away from the hard realities of life occasionally drives them to resort to abuse of psychoactive drugs that bring about a profound irreversible change in their personality. A healthy body plus healthy mind gives you a healthy life. A psychoactive drug, also known as psychotropic substance, acts primarily on the central nervous system and thus affects functioning of the brain. They are also therefore termed as mind-altering substance. They often bring about changes which are pleasant to users, thus forcing them to take it regularly. They have found their place in almost all human societies, be it rural or urban. The use of these drugs easily go unnoticed, leading to significant changes in the perception of the user, and slowly user becomes psychologically dependent on these drugs. Drug abuse and addiction have negative impact. On the basis of origin, these drugs can be classified as natural, synthetic or semi-synthetic, and on the basis of their effect, they can be classified into stimulants, hallucinogens, and depressants. Due to the abuse of these drugs, they are also kept under the control of UNDCP, United Nations Drug Control Program. As per the report published by World Drug Report 2018, the number of new psychoactive substances reported annually has increased drastically from 130 in 2009 to 503 in 2015 and 479 in 2016 worldwide. The figure 1 depicts the same. Each year, some old substances disappear and some new are added. According to the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, Government of India, magnitude of substance use in India report 2019, alcohol, cannabis and opioids are the most of the misused substance. This is in the figure 2. Please change the slide. These substances are useful medicine if used with proper medical prescription and supervision. India has a vast heritage of traditional medicinal systems and for various ailments. Some of these medicinal formulations contain psychoactive substances like opium, marijuana, cannabis, etc. And sometimes these formulations are abused by the people to get temporary pleasure. People are unable to utilize the benefits of traditional system due to lack of knowledge and quality control measures. Hence, either for use or abuse, the analysis of these psychoactive substances and quantification always have a role to play. The present work deals with the isolation, purification, and characterization of synthetic psychotropic drug alprazolam in medicinal formulation and its estimation by validated HPTLC technique. Alprazolam is a benzodiazepine derivative and is a short-acting drug which is used in the treatment of panic attacks and moderate to severe anxiety disorders. It is US Food and Drug Administration approved drug. It causes a wide range of central nervous system related activities, and disorders like panic and anxiety are being treated with alprazolam where anxiety is associated with depression. The objective is to develop a rapid and effective screening analysis for detection. So in the present work, we have taken alprazolam tablets from a local pharmaceutical company, Sun Pharma company, with the trade name Alzolam, and all other reagents were AR grade and procured from reputed companies. Commercially available tablets, the alprazolam was isolated and extracted from commercially available tablets, and then it was characterized using IR, NMR, and mass spectra. The result is showing the IR spectrum and mass spectrum of the alprazolam tablet, and it was compared with the standard. There are two graphs. One is from the library of standard compounds, because their standards, since these are psychotropic drugs, so their standards are always present in various pharmacopoeias. So this library, the graph from the library and this sample is matching, and IR spectra vibration response of pure alprazolam is showing, and IR is at 3012 and 2986 centimeter inverse, that is due to the CH stretching. Mass spectrum of alprazolam is also showing the molecular weight as 308. Sample application, I don't think time is allowing me to explain the sample application on the HPTLC plate, but this method developed is validated according to ICH guidelines, that is International Conference on Harmonization Guidelines, and they will the parameters studied were selectivity, solution stability, accuracy and precision, limit of detection, and limit of quantification was also determined. So, in the conclusion, just a second. Application of HPTLC densitometry method to the analysis of pharmaceutical is a major step towards quality assurance. In the present work, a simple, precise, rapid, and reproducible selective HPTLC method was developed for the quantification of alprazolam in bulk and pharmaceutical formulation. And the most advantage of this is an extremely large number of samples can be analyzed at the same time without compromising the accuracy, and method is suitable for quality control labs where economical use of time and judicious use of space is required. That's it. Thank you. These are some references that I cited in my paper. I would be happy to answer
Thank you, ma'am. Any question? Any query? Okay. Now, next presentation. Yes, ma'am. बोलिए. अच्छा अभी करते हैं अच्छा करते हैं अभी. हेलो मैम, हम ट्राई कर रहे हैं. यहाँ बीच में हमारे मोबाइल में कोई ना कोई डिस्टर्ब कर दे रहा है. हम कर रहे हैं इसको यहाँ से. ठीक ठीक. Yes. Next presentation is Ms. Janvi Deka, Research Scholar, Department of Chemistry, Guwahati University, Guwahati. I request to Janvi, kindly unmute yourself. Hello.
Good evening, all. Ma'am, am I audible? Hello, ma'am, am I audible? Hello. Good evening, all. I offer my regards to all the members of the organizing committee SSK Degree Girls College. So today my topic is the removal of cationic dye from aqueous solution by sulfuric acid modified white frangipani. So first of all, at first, I want to give a brief introduction of my topic. There's so many dyes. My research topic is related to the wastewater treatment. Now the water pollution becomes a very using so many dyes, and these dyes pollute the water. So they use different types of dyes, but among these I have chosen a methylene blue dye. So for my research work for the removal of methylene blue, I have select frangipani leaves, and frangipani leaves, and from these leaves I have prepared the carbonized product. And when this carbonized product is treated with the wash water methylene blue, as I means it is effective in removal of methylene blue. A brief description of frangipani. It's frangipani. It is selected because it is locally available in the large quantities, and it's found in India and Southeast Asia. Its botanical name is Plumeria, and its common name is frangipani. In Assam, it is known as Sampa, and the leaves are stiff and leathery. It has so many medicinal uses, about 300 species, groups which are functional groups which are responsible for the removal of the cationic dye. Now I come to the methods. In the methodology, what happens? The leaves are first dried, then make it freeze, to make a particle size 63 to 125. Then it is treated with a sulfuric acid, filtered and then kept in a muffle furnace, and it is washed till the pH becomes 6 to 6.5, and we get a carbonized product as it is looks like this black. Then we go to the result and discussion. Ma'am, next. Next, ma'am, result and discussion. In the result and discussion, first it is characterized, my sample is characterized with the help of TGA, and at the TGA, the red color line shows the non-treated frangipani leaves bioabsorbent, and green shows the treated frangipani leaves, and TGA gives the degradation of different biomaterials present in my sample, and it is stable after 550 temperature. And zeta potential shows blue is for the non-treated, and the red one is for the treated one. And the zeta potential shows at different pH that the my adsorbent is applicable at the basic medium about 8.5. So all the base processes have been done at the pH near about 8.5. Ma'am, next. Ma'am, next. So next result, in the next result and discussion, I have mentioned the proximate analysis. Previous one, ma'am. Previous one, ma'am. Okay. So this is the proximate analysis of this my sample. The first is the fixed carbon. Fixed carbon is 62%, which is responsible for the absorption of methylene blue dye for water. And then I have shown the IR spectrum. Ma'am, next. I have shown IR1, ma'am. Ma'am, next. It is done, ma'am. Ma'am, IR. Okay, ma'am. So next in this IR, if the red one is the before after absorption, and the blue one is the before absorption, and this IR shows the little bit shift of in the peak, which proves that the functional groups and any functional groups are used in the bonding with the methylene cationic methylene blue dye, which is proved colorless, and in the contrast microscope it is seen bluish color after absorption, which proves the absorption of the dye. Next we will go to the SAM. you see, before absorption, so which is favorable for the absorption of methylene blue dye, which is compared to the untreated one, and after absorption, we have seen the surface like a picture that means the material, and which is more in comparison to the untreated. Next one, ma'am. So now we go to the kinetic study. In this kinetic study, the raw material, this is the graphical representation frangipani leaves. These are the parameters of my kinetic study. So here we have selected only the pseudo. I have mentioned only the pseudo second order kinetics because in seconds it's close to each other. And here I have find out that is the 25 milligram per gram QE value at for 10 ppm at 0.4 milligram per liter. So besides this, I have done due to lack of time, that is the initial dye concentration. You can see in the picture that as the concentration increases, what happens? The dye degradation decreases. As the absorbent amount increases, the dye removal increases, and as the at high temperature, the removal is more favorable. So the my absorption is endothermic. Now you see, so these are some conclusions made based on my discussion. First of all, IR represents the presence of the anionic functional group, which are responsible for the adsorption of the cationic dye like OH, NH2 minus like this, and the SAM represents the very rough surface and the very open pores caps like this, which are favorable for my adsorption. TGA shows the thermal stability of my adsorbent, and the pH zeta potential shows that my adsorption is favorable at basic medium, and at last the kinetic shows that my adsorption is fitted for the pseudo second order kinetic. And from pseudo second order kinetics, I have calculated the percentage removal is about 98.9%. That means almost 100% removal is possible. So I can say that my adsorbent is the best one for the removal of methylene blue, poisonous methylene blue dye from wastewater. So here are the references that I have cited here, and thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Janvi.
Thank you, ma'am.
Before proceed further,
yes, ma'am,
I would like to introduce the chairperson of this session. Our first chairperson is Dr. Archana Pandey, Associate Professor, Department of Chemistry, CMP College. Dr. Sarita Srivastava, Associate Professor, Department of Botany, CMP Degree College. I heartily welcome to you, ma'am. Hello.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Would you like to ask question from the participant? Sorry, ma'am. We skipped this step. We have to take permission from you.
Oh, no, it's okay. It's okay. Let it go like it. Doesn't matter. Presentations are good, no doubt. And Janvi's work is very good. That she has used dye which can remove the poisonous dye from the water, polluted water. It's very good. Go on, please.
Yes, ma'am.
I have one question.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ask one question from the participant.
We have one international participant, Toizi Oige. So give me some time to set his presentation. I'm trying to connect him. Okay. My screen is visible or not? Please let me know.
Visible.
Yes, continue. Yes. The next presentation is Ayan Banik. Mr. Ayan Banik, kindly unmute yourself. Mr. Ayan Banik, are you here? Participants are requested to stay with us. Don't leave the session. Okay. Now I request Ms. Chinmay Patnaik. Are you here, ma'am? I request Dr. Nishi Seth kindly assist me to find out the participant.
Yes, ma'am. Chinmay, kindly unmute.
Online, you're not listening.
We don't have a speaker, ma'am, with him.
Ayan, you have been unmuted from our side. Kindly unmute yourself from your end and start speaking.
Chinmay, are you there?
I request to Dr. Rahman, kindly tell me the participant who are present online. Kindly let me know the name. Dr. Rahman, please assist me.
Hello, yes, ma'am.
Yes, please
Yes,
tell me.
Ayan Banik is online, but he is unmuted by. He is
Please
unable
tell
to
me
mute.
the abstract number
Yes.
of the participants so that I can share the screen from here.
Yes, one more is Ms. Swati Gupta.
The abstract number, sir, please. Abstract.
Yes, please. Abstract number is ES05R.
Yes, I'm sharing
Yes.
her screen.
Yeah. And
Yes.
one more participant is Toese
Please tell me
Oegoke.
the screen is visible or not?
Yes, ma'am, visible. Visible.
Okay.
Ma'am,
So
one
now
more.
the next participant is Swati Gupta. Kindly join us from Center of Biotechnology, University of Allahabad. Kindly join us.
Hello.
Swati?
Yes,
Hello.
Swati.
Yes, Swati, you are audible, Swati. Start your presentation.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, you are audible.
Good evening, ma'am. I am Swati Gupta. I am research scholar in Allahabad University. I am pursuing PhD under the supervision of Professor Santi Sundaram in Professor Santi Sundaram in Allahabad University Center of Center of Biotechnology,
Please come on your topic.
Nehru Science Center, University of Allahabad. Now, today I'm presenting here COVID-19 pandemic use of citrus fruit peel to boost immunity. So now I am going to introduction. Citrus plants are rich source of vitamin C, flavonoids, and alkaloids, which is belonging to the family of Rutaceae, which includes fruits such as orange, mandarin, lime, lemon. Medicinal plants are the natural resources in developing of new drugs. Phytochemical analysis is very useful in the evolution of some active biological component of some vegetables and medicinal plants. Citrus fruits are contain secondary metabolites such as flavonoids, alkaloids, etc. The naringenin, hesperidin present in the mandarin, sweet orange, and pomelo. Citrus, naringin, and naringenin exhibited very good activity against anti-corona, anti-inflammatory, antioxidant, antibacterial, antiviral, and antifungal activity. Now I going to material and method. Firstly, we have collected the fruit from local market. After that, we have dried at room temperature for 7 days. Then after we have prepared the extract by two different methods. First is oxalate and second is aqueous method. Then after we have analysis of phytochemical by different method, where we have test of flavonoids, saponin, tannin test by Raman and Arbonate, and terpenoids and triterpenoid test followed by Arbonate triad. After that, we have detected the antibacterial activity by agar-cup diffusion method. So next is result and discussion. So when we have analysis of phytochemical, we have found that citrus fruit contain many secondary metabolites like tannin, saponin, alkaloids, flavonoids, steroid, and the antibacterial. When we have detected the antibacterial activity against the 4 bacteria. And then we have found the citrus reticulata exhibited very good activity against the E. coli and subtilis when we compare to the other extract. So you can see here in the table where the flavonoids are present in very good quantity in the citrus fruit peel, same as alkaloids, limenoids, carotenoids, coumarin, naringin are present in very good quantity in the citrus fruit peel. Same as proximate compound are present in the citrus fruit peel, where the carbohydrate 8.65 gram are present in the citrus fruit peel, protein 70.4 gram, fruit fiber 14.5 gram, fat 3.24 gram, moisture content 8.65 gram are present in the citrus fruit peel. And energy 49 kilocalorie are present in the citrus fruit peel. So you can see the citrus antibacterial activity of the citrus fruit peel, where the ethanol and acetone extract of orange and quinoa exhibited very good activity of pathogenic bacteria. And next is conclusion. So in this study, we have found that and the conclusion is when we have analysis of phytochemical, we have found the different. We have found the secondary metabolites of citrus fruit peels such as alkaloid, tannin, flavonoids, which is very effective against the many bacteria, which is cause the very harmful disease in human body. So citrus fruit peel boost the immunity in the human body and minimize the infection of virus, bacteria, and fungi. So and we can use as a drug, because people throw this peel as a waste, but we can use it and make a drug in very low cost, which is very effective against the bacteria, virus, and fungi. So it is an immunity booster. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Swati. Reman sir, let me know the number, extract number for next presentation. Hello? Hello.
Hello.
Yes.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible, ma'am.
Rehman, please let me know the next candidate.
Kindly unmute.
Yes, yes, ma'am. Yeah. One more candidate is from France, Engineer Toyse Oiwoke. He is online.
He
Please
is
give.
online. Okay.
Yeah. He is giving message.
So, okay.
Engineer Oiwoke Toyse.
So, kindly make him co-host. So,
Stack number is ES13F.
ES13F.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
He has given the YouTube link in the chat box. Another participant is Ayan Banik. She wants to present. Yeah. Hello. Ma'am, one more presenter is Mr. Ayan Banik.
Okay.
He wished to present. Abstract number is ES04. Yes.
Yes, Mr. Ayan, kindly unmute yourself. Dr. Nishi, kindly assist Ayan.
He is unmuted, ma'am. He is unmuted. Ayan Banik. Ma'am, Ayan Banik is muted now.
Mr. Ayan, kindly start. Chairpersons, please advise what to do in this situation. Ma'am, kindly, Sarita ma'am, kindly unmute you.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Ayan Banik is not available, I think. He is not online, Mr. Ayan Banik.
So we
then you can go to next participant.
Okay.
He's online. Actually, he's sending message.
Oh yeah.
He's sending message. Mr. Ayan is
He's-
sending message that he is online. Please see the chat box.
Yes, sir.
AB. He's from the ID AB. Just see. I would request Mr. Rahman, Dr. Rahman, to assist in this. Mr. Ayan Banik is online and he has unmuted himself.
Dr. Rahman,
Yes, sir.
you are unmuted.
Okay. Engineer
Chinmay
Toyese okay is online and he wants giving message again and again.
Okay, okay. Dr. Nishi, kindly make co-host to our international participant who are online.
What's his name, ma'am?
Toyese Oengeke. Okay.
Okay, sir.
He is giving message in chat box.
Yes. Kindly unmute yourself. Yes, now he is muted. Unmuted. Yes.
Thank you.
Please start your presentation.
Yes, please start.
How do I share the link of my video? Hello?
Yes, you are audible.
So how do I share the link?
Mr. Ayan Banik, kindly close your screen. Yes, sir. Continue.
Kindly start.
Sir, you have given your YouTube link. Kindly play that link.
Okay. Let me share the screen. We should acknowledge the opportunity of presenting a paper here. Hello?
Hello.
Can you see the screen that I'm sharing?
Yes, sir. Your screens is visible. Sir, may I play your YouTube link?
The audio. Yes.
May I play your YouTube link?
Yes, you can. Yes. We can make it full screen.
Sir, I think sound is not supported.
Check the volume, I think.
Kindly give your oral presentation without slide. If you have PPTs, then share your PPT and continue your presentation.
Okay. Let me share my PPT. Can you see the PPT now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, good day, everyone. My name is Serge. I'm presenting this topic on behalf of my team, utilization of process for the production of bioethanol, via the use of waste-to-waste innovation study approach. Here's my presentation outline. As you know, along with the other presenters, we've been talking about waste. In terms of waste management cannot be overemphasized. And in this work, we try to evaluate and try to look at the feasibility of transforming this waste into something useful, into materials that will be useful, some of which is biofuel. In this case, we try to look at bioethanol specifically, so we're looking at the agricultural waste that are deposited in the farmland, especially after cultivation. So in study process, we try to focus on the use of rifle. So we know that it can be converted into silica gel and also by ethanol. So, but in the case of our study, we try to emphasize on the use of on the conversion of these rifles into by ethanol. So here, this table presents the related work which been done in the past, some of which I've tried to focus on the use of the production of the bioethanol and the use of stone cover. And some try to evaluate the efficiency of transforming bioethanol or producing bioethanol from cassava. So, and many others. So, in this work, our focus is to identify the best solution that could be used in addressing the solid waste management, especially in the developing nations, and also to promote the use of green technology in those developing nations where this approach is yet these backwards are yet to gain significant acceptance. So that's why this study tries to evaluate the personal economic feasibility of transforming biomass like rice into grade bioethanol. That's my method or material. The list of material employed in this study is displayed in this table, where we have the process simulators that was employed, the mathematical computational tools, the devices, and others that were employed in the study. You can find in figure 2 the production flow, the flow part, then the process flow for the conversion of this rice into bioethanol, where we start by diluting the material and later subject it to treatment. Later, the fed material is being hydrolyzed and fermented to give us the end product, which is bioethanol. And this process is neutral. We try to neutralize the acidity in order to have a new neutral raw material, and also the impurities were removed in order to have the pure bioethanol of 99% purity. This was done with the use of this table 3 to represent the seed composition that actually represents the composition of the rice in line with the literature, and the reaction steps that are involved in the process, especially at the hydrolysis and fermentation stage, are presented in table 4. So the overview of the entire method employed in this study is displayed in figure 3, where the rice husk is specifically evaluated for economic feasibility in order to see the feasibility of transforming this rice into bioethanol. So, and in the initial attempt, so if it says it goes through this infeasibility route, and this gives us a need for initialized optimization in order to find the optimal condition that will be able to give us a better economic advantage or economic viability. So, so this was done via the use of design experts, and the result obtained from this was used to analyze the economic feasibility. So, and the suggested that the optimum condition obtained was that this to identify the most feasible condition that will be able to provide a kind of better profit. The project parameters that were employed in the studies are presented in table 3, where we have the lifespan of the project, the exchange rate in terms of naira to dollar, and the price rate for the product and all that. Here we have the results. So the result obtained for the initial analysis of the project based on the proposed condition at the LS6, this was able to suggest that for it to produce a liter of bioethanol, you need 0.27 capital of $0.27 per liter as capital cost, and also the operating cost for producing a liter of bioethanol was found to be 0.51. However, the profitability analysis indicates that with the present condition, it seems feasible, but we subjected into further optimization study, which will better identify a better option that will be much more economical. As you can see, the revenue and also the gross income, net profit reading negative, and the return on investment ends up giving us a loss on investment instead of return. With an optimization study that was carried out within the constraint of playing around with the raw material cost subsidy, this is a mistake, to the subsidy, and the tax rate, then why the response variables that were used to measure was the net profit and the return on investment. These are the ranges of raw material cost that was employed, and that of the subsidy 0 to 40, while the tax rate was 0 to 30. So while we measure the response as the condition changes. So after the optimization study, we were able to obtain a desirable desirability of 0.3%, by 0.3, which is like 53%. So we suggest the optimum condition to be this for the raw material, while this for subsidy, and 0% for tax, which suggests a 15% return on investment. The zone where the solution for the optimization was obtained is displayed in figure 5, while the validation analysis for the optimum condition obtained indicates a 1% error percent, that's 1% error difference, which indicates that the result suggested, the suggestion of the optimization was really accurate based on the analysis. So the cash flow analysis of the project before and after the optimization study was presented in figure 6 and 7, where you could see the initial condition showing a negative flow of the cash, indicating a negative benefit and negative impact on the project. While when you look at the optimization condition that was analyzed, you see an upward trend, indicating a positive impact on the project based on the projection that the optimization proposed. So in conclusion, this study established the fact that 17.7 million liters of bioethanol can be produced from a metric ton of crushed rice oil at a capital cost of $0.27 per liter, while using operating cost of $0.51 per liter in production. However, based on this, the initial condition of the project, when analyzed, it was found to be was found not to be feasible economically. So, and as a result, the optimization studies, however, suggested that the introduction of government subsidies on the production of bioethanol, and as well the neglection of elimination of tax on bioethanol production, will significantly impact the feasibility of producing of transforming this waste called rice oil into bioethanol, which will end up yielding a 15% return on investment, coupled with some environmental advantage that the use of this bioethanol will impact on our environment. So it is highly recommended for developing nations, governments, to consider this option proposed in this study as a better way of managing solid waste in both the rural and urban cities. So we acknowledge these partners involved in this work. Here's the list of my reference. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Oyegoike, for showing interest in our event. and sharing your research with us. I request to Dr. Ashna Pandey, if you have any queries. Kindly mute yourself.
Okay.
Ma'am, kindly unmute yourself.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Nice presentation. And it's very good that the bioethanol can be produced from rice husk. What is the cost of this bioethanol? Suppose 1 liter bioethanol is extracted from rice husk. What is the cost of this procedure or the method? This 1 liter bioethanol, what will be the cost of this bioethanol? If 1 liter bioethanol is extracted from rice husk by a procedure which Ayad Manik has demonstrated, what will be the cost of that bioethanol?
Dr. Oyegoike, please unmute yourself. Please unmute yourself. Yes.
Okay. The cost of bioethanol per liter that was used, especially in the initial analysis, was based on the fact that we are analyzing the production at with the basis of the fact that we want the bioethanol to substitute the use of petrol in Nigeria. So using the cost, the selling price of a liter of petrol in Nigeria, so without subsidy and with tax rate, this renders the project infeasible. So, and the price, that's what is displayed here, which you can see as that's 145 naira per liter. That's in Nigerian units, naira per liter. I don't remember to put the dollar conversion of that. So at that condition, but when a level of a certain percent of subsidy is introduced and tax rate is eliminated, we will find out that the production will be found to be economical. So, and that's what we could see in this analysis. If we see here, we see that the cost price that is for the operation cost for a liter is reading 183 here in this table. But when you look at the selling price of the petrol on this table, you see that it's lower. So this is one of the factors that contributed to the negative impact it created on the economy. So this without subsidy and with tax rate of 20%. So but when tax rate is eliminated and subsidy is introduced, then it's going to really help. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for sharing your research and very nice presentation. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. I request to participant kindly raise your hand who would like to give their presentation. Kindly raise your hand.
Ma'am, Anuradha ma'am, Mr. Chinmay Patnaik has raised.
Okay. Kindly unmute yourself, Mr. Chinmay. Miss Chinmay. And tell me your abstract number so that I can share your screen.
Can you unmute yourself, Miss Chinmay? Can you unmute yourself?
Abstract number is ES04F.
Yes.
Abstract number?
ES04F.
Hello,
Oh, sorry.
ma'am.
No,
Am I
ES03F.
Yes, you are audible, Chinmay.
Hello, ma'am. Very. Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
Chinmay,
Am I audible?
Yes,
you
you
are
are
audible.
Okay. A very good
ES03F.
afternoon to all of you. I am Chinmay Patnaik from Fakirmone University, Baleswar, Odisha. I am very much thankful to SS Khanna Degree Girls College for giving me opportunity to present my.
Sorry for interruption. Kindly let me know the screen is visible or not.
Okay, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Okay, please let me share first. Now it is visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay, thank you. Now continue.
I am very much thankful to SS Khanna Degree Girls College to giving me opportunity to deliver my presentation in the International E-Conference. And my topic is DNA content alteration and cadmium accumulation in different tissues due to the lethal concentration of cadmium exposed catfish. And next slide, please. In the environment, the cadmium enter into the all ecosystem via air and water and soil contamination. And in the picture, it is clearly visible that the heavy metal enter into the all ecosystem via this air.
You are muted. Please unmute. Chinmay Patnaik, please, your sound is not coming.
Hello, am I
Yes.
audible?
Yes.
And my objectives is to find out LC50 on Clarius batragus, and second is to find out the DNA content alteration and cadmium accumulation in the different tissues. And in this experiment, 2 experiments are conducted. First to find out LC50, and then second experiment, the acute toxicity of cadmium on Clarius batragus. And in the second experiment, there are 3 control groups are taken. One is group 1, the control fish, there no chemical exposure was taken. And in the second group, there is sublethal content was given, which is 140 ppm, which was found from the first experiment LC50. And third group is the fishes exposure to lethal concentration. In the figure, you can clearly see that the first is control top, second is sublethal top, and third is lethal top containing fishes. And in every top, there is 10 liter of water containing 10 number of fishes with cadmium chloride is used in this experiment. And then the next slide. Ma'am, please, the next slide.
Yes. This one?
In this graph, it is clearly visible that in 96-hour duration, the cadmium, the LC50 is found to be 450 ppm for Clarius batragus. And there is no metallicity occur up to 140 ppm from 0 to 140 ppm. It is known as sublethal content. And then in the next figure, you can see clearly visible the fish was acclimatized to the laboratory condition of FM University Baleswar, and then they are acclimatized for 14 days, and their commercial fish feed is given to them, and all the precautions are maintained according to the Alpha et al. 1998. And after that 14 day, 15 day, we have to sacrifice one fish for each stop. And you can so clearly visible in the picture, the DNA content was decreasing. DNA contents were decreasing in comparison to control and sublethal in case of lethal dose. And when the DNA was run for 1% agarose gel electrophoresis, here is also we find that the control in comparison to control, the lethal concentration content less DNA content. The DNA is damaged. And then the next slide, please. Ma'am, next slide, please.
Yes. This one?
Yes. And in this graph, here cadmium accumulation was plotted in case of how much cadmium is accumulated in the tissues of Clarice bottles. And here we can find that it is clearly visible in the graph that the lethal concentration accumulate more cadmium in their tissues in comparison to sublethal and control. And here the more cadmium was accumulated in the kidney, then liver, then gill, then muscle, then gill, then bone in the lethal concentration. But the control and sublethal, there is same result was observed because the sublethal dose is host friendly. And then from this all the result and discussion with my result is agreed with all the previous reports. And my conclusion is that if the pollution, heavy metal pollution is not minimized, it will be affect all the trophic level of all the ecosystem by damaging their cells, organs and tissues and DNA content, which may be ultimately give rise new diseases and disorders. And then this is my references and then acknowledgement. And I am very much thankful this SS Khanna Girls Degree College giving me opportunity to deliberate my presentation in this international e-conference. Then thank you all. Next slide please, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Chinmay. May I request to Dr. Rachna Pandey to ask questions? Ma'am, please. Ma'am, kindly unmute yourself.
Yeah. Okay. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
First, I would like to ask from Ms. Chinmaya, why did you take cadmium chloride only as a testing reagent? Why not cadmium sulfate, cadmium nitrate, or cadmium sulfide, etc.? Why only cadmium chloride you have chosen?
Ma'am, cadmium chloride is still available, and it is chloride has no effect on the organism. So that's why I am taking the cadmium chloride salt.
No, you are testing the effect of cadmium only, I think, not cadmium chloride. And from where this cadmium chloride comes into the water?
Ma'am,
from
when
where this cadmium chloride comes into the water?
It is from cadmium ion plus chloride, cadmium and chloride ion. And chloride is helpful for the host. That's why cadmium chloride.
Cadmium chloride, that means cadmium chloride is present as impurity in water. Okay?
Yes,
from where it comes in water? This cadmium chloride, from where it comes into the water?
In case of my experiment, I am mixing with the water to know the lethality of effect of cadmium on the animal. But in the environment, due to heavy metal industries, they like the color pigment in the color pigment I used for cadmium and nickel power plant. That's why the cadmium enter into the ecosystem by food, air, and water and other sources.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Miss Shehla would like to give her presentation, but her PPT is not with me. So I request to Dr. Nishi Sheth kindly make co-host her. Ma'am Nishi ma'am, please. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Shehla, abstract number ES06R would like to present her.
Kindly unmute yourself, Shehla. Kindly unmute yourself. Yes. Shehla?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Kindly share your screen.
Okay, ma'am. Uh, Good evening, everyone. I'm Shaila, pursuing DPhil under supervision of Professor Vandana Singh, Department of Chemistry, University of Allahabad. My topic of presentation is Guargum-inspired nickel oxide nanoparticle, its synthesis, characterization, and catalytic evaluation. Here is a brief objective of my work. Before starting my presentation, I would like to give a simple detailed information that why I have done this work and what is its application. In the first image, I have shown the conversion of nitroarene to aryl amine compound in the presence of sodium borohydride and a catalyst. Now the question arises that what was the need of conversion of nitro group to aryl amine group? In the second diagram, I have shown the application of aryl amine compounds in different sectors. That is, it has a great application in agricultural, biotechnologies, chemical industry, construction, cosmetic industry, food stuff, paints and adhesive industries, petroleum industry, pharmaceutical industry, etc. So this is the main reason for conversion of nitro group to aryl amine group. And one big reason for conversion of nitro group is that nitro is very harmful and hazardous to human being as well as animals also. So the third question which arises in our mind is that the type of catalyst that I have to use for reduction of nitro group should be environment or eco-friendly. So I have taken guargum and I have synthesized a catalyst which is guargum stabilized nickel oxide nanoparticle. Here is the method with which I have proceeded for the synthesis of my catalyst. Initially, I have taken nickel sulfate solution. To that, I have added guargum aqueous solution and stirred for a few minutes. After that solution, I have added sodium hydroxide in order to make the pH of the solution 11. As the pH of the solution reaches 11, we can see that precipitation occurs. So the precipitate was centrifuged and it was dried at 60 degrees Celsius. After that, it was calcined at 500 degrees Celsius in a furnace. And this is the beautiful diagram of nickel oxide nanoparticle, which is encapsulated with guargum. And the guargum stabilized nickel oxide nanoparticle was synthesized. This was proved by UV peak, which was obtained at 280 nanometer. Here is the characterization which was carried in order to find what type of nanoparticle has been formed with guargum stabilized nickel oxide nanoparticle. In some image, in the first image, we can see that spherical structure with a slight agglomerated structure is formed, whereas the control material in which I have not used guargum, we can see that the control nickel oxide has formed flake-like structure. And in case of TEM, we can see that the nanoparticle which I have synthesized has approximately 3 nanometer its size. And here is the FTIR peak, which shows that that guargum has encapsulated nickel oxide in it with the help of hydrogen bonding. Now it is the application portion of my synthesized material. I have taken nitro-4 nitrophenol in which I have added sodium borohydride. We can see on adding sodium borohydride a peak at 400 and we can see here a peak at 403 nanometer got appeared, which was due to the formation of phenolate ion. And after when in that solution we have added our catalyst, that is guargum stabilized nickel oxide nanoparticle, we can see that as the time increases, the peak started diminishing and a new peak at approx 300 started appearing, which shows that the nitro group started reducing and a new peak, amino group peak, started appearing at 300 nanometer. Same process was also carried for the control also, but the synthesized material took only 2 minutes to completely reduce 4-nitrophenol, whereas the control, that is the simple nickel oxide, it took 17 minutes for the same reduction. Here is the kinetic study. From the kinetic study, we can see that when a graph was plotted between the concentration of 4-nitrophenol versus time, we can see a straight line was obtained, which shows that that the reaction was carried. The reaction which was carried was zero order kinetics, and the another graph which was plotted between the rate constant versus concentration of 4-nitrophenol, we can see a zero order kinetic was obtained. The most important and most good quality that I have seen in my synthesized catalyst was its recycling property. It can be recycled up to 6th cycle. We can see even in the 6th cycle also, it was able to completely reduce 4-nitrophenol within 18 minutes. This is the optimization of the reduction. While optimization study, we have increased the dose of my catalyst while keeping other things constant, like concentration of 4-nitrophenol, concentration of sodium borohydride. We have seen that on increasing the concentration, on increasing the dose of the catalyst, the time taken for reduction was decreased. Similarly, when variation of concentration of sodium borohydride was carried, we can see again when the concentration of sodium borohydride was increased, the time taken for reduction was decreased. And similarly, we can see when the initial volume of 4-nitrophenol was increased, the time taken for reduction was increased. Some other nitroadenine compounds were also treated with by using my synthesized catalyst, that is guargum stabilized nickel oxide nanoparticle. The first one shows the reduction of 4-nitroaniline, and the second one is 4-nitrobenzoic acid. And it took only 6 minutes for reduction of 4-nitroaniline to conversion of nitro group to amine group, and in case of 4-nitrobenzoic acid, it took only 7 minutes to convert it. So finally, I would like to conclude the nickel oxide nanoparticle which I have synthesized. It has a average particle size of 3 nanometer, and it was having a crystalline structure. The synthesized material has a very good life shell because it can be stored for 8 months, and its efficiency was remained till 8 months. It was able to reduce 4-nitrophenol of same concentration within 2 minutes. The catalyst also worked well for reducing 4-nitrobenzoic acid and 4-nitroaniline. Thank you to all.
Thank you, Shaila, for very nice presentation. May I request to Dr. Rachna Pandey to ask question?
Kindly unmute yourself, ma'am.
Ma'am, kindly unmute.
Yes.
Hello. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, please unmute yourself.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Am I audible? Okay. Shaila, I would like to ask one question. That
Yes,
you
ma'am.
have used nickel oxide with guargum. Can you use
Yes,
zinc
ma'am.
oxide also?
Yes, ma'am, I have used zinc oxide also, but ma'am, it was not able to reduce as fast as nickel oxide, because ma'am, it took approx 6 to 7 hours to reduce 4-nitrophenol.
Okay. One thing also, you are using sodium borohydride at different places.
Yes, ma'am.
So we can use lithium aluminum hydride also.
Ma'am, I have not carried experiment using lithium aluminum hydride. So,
Okay. There is, can you tell me, there is one big problem with nano research or the nanoparticle. Can you tell me what is the big problem scientists are facing when they are doing research with nanoparticles?
I think, ma'am, whenever the scientist is doing research in case of nanoparticle, the big difficulty which the scientist faces is how the size of the nanoparticle. It is very difficult to make the particle in a nano range. it is very difficult to bring it in a nano range, because until and unless the particle reaches in a nano range, it will not be able to improve its catalytic property or its chemical or physical properties. So I think this is the biggest challenge scientist is facing in case of nanotechnology.
I think, okay, I think it is clogging problem mainly with the nanoparticles. Okay, Shaila, nice presentation.
Very nice presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
We have one more international participation with us, Dr. Fauji Bokhajadeen. Kindly unmute yourself. I request to Dr. Nishi Seth, kindly make co-host him.
Doing, ma'am. Ma'am, kindly repeat the name.
Fauji Bokhajani.
Yes, I'm here. Hello.
Yes, yes, please.
Thank you
Do you
for
hear me?
joining us. Yes.
You're the most welcome. I'm very honored to participate with you today in your e-conference about
Me too,
sustainability.
sir.
Yes. So I will share my screen.
Yes, you can.
Okay. Okay. So do you see the presentation?
No, sir, it is, yes, now it is visible.
Okay. So my presentation today is about the prevention of malocclusions in local community in southeastern Algeria. As you can see at the second slide, one of the sustainability goals in the United Nations program is the good health and well-being. But I know as an orthodontist that the comfort when eating, sleeping, and in social interaction, in self-esteem, satisfaction is highly impacted by something that we call malocclusion. So what does it mean? What does malocclusion mean? It's an abnormal occlusion where teeth are not in a normal position with other teeth in the same jaw and with the opposing teeth when the jaws are closed. So we made the research on the literature. We found that this issue, this public health issue, can be prevented by some procedures that we call preventive or interceptive procedures. So I share with you this citation from UNESCO and collaborators published on 2008, in which she states clearly that prevention could be a possible alternative to active orthodontic treatment for malocclusions, and that prevention can allow an amelioration of the clinical aspects of this problem for the benefit of the oral health, the benefit of the overall health. So we asked ourselves question, what was the prevention situation in our local community? For this reason, we took sample of 61 participants from the children who usually are referred to our department by school dentists from the city of Ouargla. As you can see, it's 800 kilometers in southeast Algiers, the capital city of Algeria. The sample was divided into two portions, 28 males and 33 females, aged from 8 to 15 years old, with a mean age of 10.42 years. Our outcomes of interest was the results of oral screening, so the malocclusion signs and risk, and the follow-up of our preventive procedures after 1 year of application. As a result, so for the oral screening, we had 79%, as you can see here, 79% of high risk of malocclusion or an early sign of malocclusion. So these two proportions, 21% and 46%, are in need of a preventive procedure or interceptive procedure, which is the second level of prevention. About signs of malocclusions type, so we had in 60% dental problems with crowding, with the protrusion of teeth, with malposition of teeth. In 25%, we had bones problems, so jaws relationship between maxillar and mandibular. And in 15%, we had functional disorders in mastication, in swallowing, in oral breathing, and in speaking. So for the first proportion, for the first 46%, we applied two types of procedures: sealant application, which allows to maintain teeth healthy on the jaws, and guidance eruption of permanent teeth. In the second proportion of 33%, we applied growth activator that allow a mandible to make its growth normally. We expanded jaw, maxillary jaw, and we put on hybrid space maintainer, which is an appliance that I developed myself in order to maintain space for permanent teeth when we have an early loss of lacteal teeth. And as a result, after 1 year, we had an improvement in 65% of the children who presented a risk or a sign of malocclusion. In discussion, so we can evaluate or we can compare our result with the study of the Annemiri and Richardson in 1997 in Belfast in Ireland, who found that 50% of children of Ireland were suitable for some kind of interception. In our study, we found that it was 33%. This can be explained by ethnic composition of the sample. It can be explained by social factors, by economical factors. In the second hand, so we compared our results, so the 1 year follow-up with Profit and Ackerman results in 1980, who found that only 15 to 20% of malocclusions were managed by preventive procedures. In our study, it was 65%. This can be explained by the improvement of preventive means since 1980 to 2020. In a conclusion, so as you notice that prevention and interception are needed in 79% of the sample. So more attention must be paid to this kind of procedures, especially speaking in low-income countries, in order to avoid malocclusions to occur and to preserve a high quality of life. The interceptive approaches were able to manage 65% of malocclusions. So humbly, I will say that further studies must be made in order to check the applicability of the results in a large scale. I will conclude by this citation from the World Health Organization that states that oral health is a key indicator of overall health, well-being, and quality of life, so we need to preserve it. At the end, thank you very much for your attention. I'm here for questions, and I'm very thankful for the organizer and the coordinators for this opportunity.
Thank you, sir, for very nice presentation and showing interest in our event. I would like to invite Dr. Archana Pandey for question answer.
Hello, Dr. Fauji. I have heard that people suffering from pyorrhea may develop heart diseases later on. Is it true? Hello, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible, ma'am.
I couldn't hear you, please. Hello.
Okay.
Could you ask your question?
Hello. Yes, Dr. Fauji, I have heard that people suffering from pyorrhea may develop heart diseases in later stages. This is true or not?
You heard that? People suffering from diarrhea, okay?
Not diarrhea, pyorrhea. Pyorrhea, which is a problem of the teeth. Pyorrhea, P-Y-R-O-H-H-E-A. Pyorrhea, that was the bleeding gums.
Bleeding gums, yes, bleeding gums, okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
May develop heart diseases in later stages.
Yes, yes.
Is it true?
There are some studies published in the literature that made correlation between bleeding gums and some kind of heart diseases. So it's very correlated between oral health and the overall health. So gums, teeth are correlated with heart, kidney. So there are a lot of publications that talk about this. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Fauzi. Thank you.
You're the most welcome.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. One more international participant is joining us, Ademola Oyegoike. I request to Dr. Nishi to make him co-host.
Kindly unmute yourself, ma'am. Kindly unmute yourself.
Dr. Ademola Oyegoike, kindly unmute yourself.
Please unmute.
Dr. Ademola Oyegoike, kindly unmute yourself.
I make her co-host, ma'am.
Yes.
She's not
Good day, everyone.
Yes. Welcome, sir. You can share your screen.
Yeah, due to the poor network we have around here, I already sent a YouTube link for my presentation.
Okay, I'm trying.
Have you found it?
Can you resend it?
I should send it again.
I couldn't find.
Okay, can you access it from the WhatsApp group chat? I can just
Yes.
easily share it there now.
Yes, you can share there.
All right, I will just do that now. Have you found it?
Yes, please wait. I'm sharing your presentation. Meanwhile, please give your introduction.
Okay. My name is Oyegoike Ademola, and I'm presenting on a research title. Have you found it?
I'm trying.
Oh.
You continue with your introduction.
Okay. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Oh, okay. I will appreciate if you could share the presentation so that I could go in line with it.
Here is your presentation.
Yes, thank you.
Screen is visible or not? Please let me know.
The screen is visible.
Okay, now continue.
Good day, everyone. I would love to appreciate the opportunity. I'm here to present a research titled The Computational Screening of Selected Metal Oxide. Can you go back? Sorry.
Yes, I think sound is not coming from your YouTube presentation.
Okay, can you just maybe play it from the beginning, then I could give the sound from here.
Okay.
Thank you. Can you maximize it a little bit?
Yes, of course.
Thank you. Good day, everyone. I would love to introduce myself. I'm Ademola, and I'm presenting on computational screening on selected metal oxide for carbon monoxide in our environment. Over the years, interest has arisen in resolving the problem association to this pollution in our environment due to the exhaust we have around us is actually a huge challenge to these years. The importance of our environmental gas monitoring and controlling is now recognized as a vital area of study. However, much research has been found on the development of suitable gas sensitization material and continuous monitoring and setting alarm for this hazardous release into their environment. Computational study is the approach we are using here, which is an approach that could give us a leadway into the laboratory synthesis. Computational chemistry is rapidly taking over as a part of chemistry theoretically in solving a problem related with calculation. The aim of this research is to computationally screen and evaluate the CO adsorption capacity of different selected metallic oxide, such as iron oxide, gadolinium oxide, and lanthanum oxide, as a means of identifying potential adsorbate, which could be used to adsorb this CO in our environment. Sorry, please, I think the YouTube playing is a little bit faster than I am. Thank you. And the method we're using here is a semi-empirical calculation approach with the aid of a Spartan application software. The reason why we're using this method is because it has been literature has approved it as a very good method for calculation dealing with transition metals. The reviews of some literature which has worked on these pollutants in our environment, Abbas et al. Evaluate the adsorption of CO and NO molecule on the magnesium oxide nanotube using density function theory calculation. The author study indicates that NO and CO could be firmly adsorbed on magnesium oxide nanotube with a remarkable adsorption energy. Another work was by Bestia et al. 2011. He evaluated the adsorption potential of an undoped and doped titanium oxide anatase nanotube for CO molecule via the use of DFT, that's the density function theory calculation method. The finding suggests that NO dope nanoparticles were found to be more suitable and energetically favored compared to the undoped. I'll go to the next slide. Thank you. Yeah, this is the method in computational method, when we want to deal with a challenge, we first define our problem. After when you define the problem, you build materials of interest for this problem. Like, for instance, in our research, we are considering carbon monoxide, adsorbing it with different metallic oxides. This is the approach we are going to be using in our research. We are building the adsorbate and the adsorbent, which are the pollutant to be adsorbed and the carbon monoxide to be adsorbing it, with a free and the one that is not free, which is already bonded together. Then we use the minimization geometric optimization to reduce the energy, to get our calculation and result for the enthalpy, activation energy, and the enthalpy. Then we use these results that we get from this analysis to evaluate the adsorption strength for each metal oxide. The first result we have in our table 1, result of Lewis acidity and the cluster adsorption site using a basic molecular probe. The basic molecular probe used here is ammonium compound because we use it to test the metal site and the oxygen site to know the site which is more acidic. But from the adsorption energy that we have here, we could actually show clearly that the metal site show a highly acidic point compared to the oxygen because, please go back a little bit, thank you. I wanted to go back a little bit.
Go back a little bit.
Okay. A little bit more, thank you. Yes. So, because from the Lewis acidity test, the higher the adsorption strength, the higher the acidity. So, the acidity of the metal site is more compared to the oxygen. Then we go ahead with the result we have in table 1, which is the minimization and geometric optimization of cluster with CO. We use a single bond to adsorb it on this table. And we could just check with the adsorption strength after our calculation and analysis. We discover that iron oxide has a higher adsorption capacity with minus 754.08 on the physiosorption state, which is the state where there is no chemical bond between the adsorbate and the adsorbent, and the chemisorption state where we adsorb on the metal side and on the oxygen side. The relationship in these three relationships, the iron oxide show to be more promising with the higher adsorption strength. And in table 3, we still have the same analysis, but we use double bond to adsorb the CO on these metals. And from the result we have here in table 3, it could be shown as well that iron oxide still has the higher potential with higher potential for the adsorption of CO with minus 508.82 on the physiosorption. Then on the metal side, it has minus 933.67, while on the oxygen side, it has minus 714.80. So from the result, we could just deduce that among the 3 metals considered, can we go further a little bit? Thank you. Yeah, we could just conclude from our research that with the study of the Lewis acidity of this metal oxide considered, the iron oxide, gadolinium oxides, and lanthanum oxide, the metal site display a high Lewis acidity at the metal site, which implies that the site is the most electron pair acceptor site, unlike the oxygen site, that indicate a low potential. Moreover, the iron oxide was found to have shown the highest Lewis acidity and CO adsorption energy, which compared to other oxides, which is the gadolinium and the lanthanum oxide. Considering in this study, from all the results obtained from this study, it can thus be concluded that iron oxide will be more promising for carbon capture due to its high affinity and binding strength for CO reported in this study. Thank you. I'll go to the acknowledgement. I would love to acknowledge the Department of Chemistry, Federal University of Technology, Minna, Nigeria. Here is the list of some of my references, and thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Oyegoke, for sharing your valuable research with us. Thank you. We appreciate your contribution.
Thank you, ma'am.
Now I would like to invite Dr. Sarita Srivastava and Dr. Archana Pandey to ask questions.
Okay.
Can you unmute yourself, ma'am?
Okay.
हेलो डॉक्टर सरिता श्रीवास्तव पहले पूछ रहे हैं, उन्होंने अभी तक कोई क्वेश्चन नहीं पूछा है.
Sarita Srivastava, ma'am, kindly unmute yourself. Yes.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Anuradha, and thank you, Archana Didi, for conducting so nicely. So basically, this is a chemistry topic, and I would say that the presentation was very good and highlighting the use of and so I would request Dr. Archana Pandey to continue with the questions because this is not my area as such.
Okay, ma'am.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
May I ask one question from Dr. Oyegoke? What is the most important characteristic of an adsorbate to absorb carbon monoxide according to you, doctor?
Can I get a question?
Hello?
One more?
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Yeah, I'm asking that what is the most important characteristic of an adsorbate to absorb carbon monoxide according to you? There are many characteristics of an adsorbate to absorb carbon monoxide, but what do you think? What is the most important characteristic of an adsorbate?
Okay. Thank you very much, Ma. An adsorbate we're considering here is the pollutants that we have around us in the atmosphere released by different industry and our exhaust from our cars. So we decide to adsorb it because of some of the literatures we've reviewed and we see the work. So we want to try adsorbing with our different metal oxide, which we consider the iron oxide, the gadolinium oxide, and the lanthanum oxide. The capacity of the adsorption strength of each of these metals will show how good adsorbate it will be for the pollutant, which is the carbon monoxide. Do I answer your question, ma?
So which is the best? Which is the best one according to you?
According to me, because of the
one according to you,
because of the result we have, we could see clearly that the iron oxide show a higher adsorption strength. Yeah, it show higher adsorption strength compared to gadolinium oxide and the lanthanum oxide. Do I still have more questions from you, ma?
Okay. Thank you, Edmino Oyegoke, for participation. Sorry. And now I would like to Dr. Rahman for concluding remarks and formal vote of thanks. Dr. Rahman.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for giving me a chance to concluding remarks. I think all of presenters have delivered their lecture very nicely, and I hope we all will be benefited from these lectures. And I am very good evening, very good evening to all presenters in this technical session. I feel great honor to propose vote of thanks in this technical session on behalf of SS Khanna Girls Degree College. fraternity and my own behalf extended a very hearty vote of thanks to one and all present here. I wish to express my gratitude to Dr. Archana Pandey, ma'am, Associate Professor, Department of Chemistry, CMP Degree College, Prayagraj, and Dr. Sarita Srivastava, madam, Associate Professor, Department of Botany, CMP Degree College, Prayagraj, for accepting our request to chair the session. And I also apologize, ma'am, for technical problem during the session. I would also like to express my sincere thanks to all the participants in this technical session for present their work with us and sharing his findings and opinions. We hope each one of will return with a lots of treasure in mind.
Yeah.
Especially, I am grateful to the international participants for his presentation and their interest, who is doing great work in the field of medical science, environmental science, and so on. So finally, I am also thankful to Dr. Preeti Singh madam, Dr. Anuradha madam for coordinating the session. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Now I hand over the stage to Anuradha madam to kindly compile this session. Thank you. Anuradha madam.
Anuradha ma'am, kindly unmute yourself. Anuradha ma'am. Anuradha ma'am. Kindly unmute yourself. Kindly unmute yourself, ma'am.
Preeti ma'am, you can also give permission to close this session. Yeah, Anuradha madam is available.
Yeah.
Ma'am, so stage
Kindly
is
unmute
yours.
yourself, ma'am. For continue.
Ma'am, please unmute yourself. Anuradha madam, please unmute.
Yes, yes.
Yes, ma'am. Now it's
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Before leaving the session, I would like to invite Dr. Archana Pandey to give his valuable insights, so all shortcomings of this session, so that we can overcome all these shortcomings in our next session. Welcome, ma'am.
Archana ma'am, please unmute yourself.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Am I audible now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. First, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Dr. Lalima Singh, Honorable Principal SS Khanna PG College, and her very able team for organizing this international e-conference on a very relevant topic covering sustainability, health, and COVID-19. Dr. Preeti, Dr. Anuradha, and Dr. A. Rahman, you all honored by entrusting me with the responsibility of chairperson in this technical session 3. It was both honor and a mission for me. Although the task was not the easy one, I tried my best to discharge my duties as a chairperson. Thank you all. The research scholars and the faculty members really worked hard for the slide presentation, for the slide preparation and the presentation also. Actually, the time was, there was a time limit. So all the participants should actually feel that they should prepare their matter accordingly to the time limit. And sometimes a rehearsal is also necessary. One thing I would like to mention, that the greatest threat to our planet is the belief that someone else will save it. We are living on this planet as if we had another one to go to. But this is the high time. We just can't sit back, do nothing, and watch our planet be destroyed. So we must take action and start making lifestyle choices which are kinder to people and the planet. और आखिर में मैं 4 लाइनें पढ़ना चाहती हूँ. इसको हिंदी की रुबाई बोलते हैं कि निर्माणों के पावन युग में हम चरित्र निर्माण न भूलें। निर्माणों के पावन युग में हम चरित्र निर्माण न भूलें। स्वार्थ साधना की आंधी में इस वसुधा का कल्याण न भूलें। हमें अपनी इस पृथ्वी का ध्यान बहुत रखना है और इसके लिए ये जो कॉन्फ्रेंसेस और सेमिनार्स एवरी ईयर कराए जाते हैं वो सब इसीलिए है कि हम अब जागें और इस कॉन्फ्रेंस को अटेंड करने के बाद अगर लोग थोड़ा भी जागते हैं तो मैं सोचती हूँ कि इस वेबिनार को कराने का जो एम है और जो टारगेट है, जो लक्ष्य है वो अचीव किया जा सकता है। और जहाँ तक शॉर्ट कमिंग की बात है वो कोई शॉर्ट कमिंग नहीं है, ये एक नेचुरल प्रोसेस है जिसमें इस तरह की प्रॉब्लम्स आती हैं। पर सबसे अच्छी बात ये है कि प्रॉब्लम्स आती रही, सॉल्व होती रही और सब कुछ बहुत अच्छे से कंप्लीट हो गया है। रिसर्च डॉक्टर रीता श्रीवास्तव बना रही होंगी, जो रिसर्च है उसको वो आपको बताएंगे। वंस अगेन थैंक यू वेरी मच, थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
And all the best for the another day.
Request to Dr. Sarita Srivastava to give her valuable inputs. Welcome, ma'am.
And please unmute yourself.
Thank you so much, Anuradha ji. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Lalima Singh, the principal of SS Khanna Girls Degree College, for giving me this opportunity to be a chairperson in such a enlightened program, which is being conducted as a strengthening component of the DBT Star College project. And I must say that this session was really enlightening one. And I also attended the last lecture from Dr. Felix from France in the past session also. And the way he has enlightened us for the improving our activities and making ourselves modified towards a sustainable development was incredible. So that lecture was very nice. And coming on to this session, I would say that once Archana Pandey ma'am has spoken, very few words are left for me to say. Still, I take this liberty to summarize the session that we had approximately 10 lectures in the session, and all of them were very nice. They were very nice. We had 3 international participants, and they also spoke very well. And one thing was that all the lectures were focused on the Sustainable Development Goal, which is, I would say, many of us, all of us know that UN General Assembly has passed a resolution in 2015. To attain, there are 17 sustainable development goals, and of which all the participants have mainly highlighted on environmental sustainability and the health sustainability, which are very important goals towards the benefits of the human being and human generation. And because we have to conserve our planet and we have to maintain it for the future generation as well. And we missed one lecture from Dr. Banik, Ayan Banik, and I would have love to hear that, because it was very nice. It was the topic was very fascinating, that is scientific disposal of face mask, which is a demand of this time. And anyway, I would congratulate all the participants, and also the organizer deserve a huge round of applause for conducting such a beautiful and such a enlightened session. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. I invite you to join our next session also.
Yeah, definitely.
And rest of the participants is requested to present in that session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Did I end the meeting, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you all participants.